So make sure to hit that subscribe button and watch till the end.
Settle in. Get comfortable. Pull the covers up and let the soft glow of your screen wash over you, because tonight we are going somewhere deep underground. Somewhere beneath the cracked asphalt and the irradiated dust of a world that stopped turning the way it was supposed to a long time ago. Tonight, we are descending into the vaults. Not just any vaults. We are talking about the vaults of Fallout, those massive steel-sealed bunkers scattered across the bones of a dead America, each one hiding a story. Stranger, sadder, or more twisted than the last. And we are going to uncover 100 of those secrets, one gentle revelation at a time, carrying you through the lore, the history, the forgotten details, and the quiet horrors of the Vault-Tec Corporation. So close your eyes if you want. Let the words carry you. And if you drift off somewhere between Vault 11 and Vault 77, that is perfectly fine. The wasteland will still be here when you wake up. Let us begin. And one more thing. If you are new here, welcome to Q Plays. We explore the quiet corners of video game worlds, the forgotten lore, the overlooked details, the stories that most people rush past on their way to the next mission. So, settle in. We have a long way to go. Part 1. The Architects of the Underground. Every great horror story begins with something ordinary. A house on a hill. A letter in the mail. A knock on the door. In the world of Fallout, the ordinary thing was a pamphlet. Yet a glossy, colorful brochure delivered by a smiling salesman in a crisp suit, promising safety for you and your family in the event of nuclear catastrophe. The brochure featured cheerful illustrations of underground living spaces, recreation areas, schools, and medical facilities. It promised clean water, fresh air, and the continuation of the American dream, all for the low, low price of your trust and your signature on a dotted line. The company behind that brochure was Vault-Tec, and nothing about it was what it seemed. Before we descend into any single vault, we need to understand the organization that built them all. Because the first secret of the Fallout vaults is that they were never really meant to save anyone. Secret number 1. Vault-Tec Corporation was not simply a construction company. It was a defense mega-corporation that operated at the intersection of government contracts, military research, and private corporate ambition. In the world of Fallout, or where the timeline diverges from our own, sometime after the Second World War, Vault-Tec rose to prominence during one of the most paranoid decades in American history. The company's earliest known expansion involved acquiring a college in Morgantown, West Virginia, and rebranding it as Vault-Tec University back in 2031. That university became the training ground for the people who would design, build, and ultimately manage the vaults. It was the seed from which everything else grew. Secret number 2. The vault program itself was born from fear. Real, institutional, government-sanctioned fear. In the early 2050s, the world of Fallout was falling apart. The Euro-Middle Eastern War had drained resources. A devastating pandemic called the New Plague was spreading across the continent. The United Nations had collapsed entirely. In response, the United States government launched something called Project Safe House in 2054. The goal, at least on paper, was simple enough: Build underground shelters capable of protecting the American population from nuclear war or biological catastrophe. New breakthroughs in construction technology meant these enormous bunkers could be assembled at a surprising pace. But there was a problem, and it was a big one. Secret number 3. The United States government was broke, completely, hopelessly broke. The cost of building even a single vault was staggering. Vault 13, for example, had an intended budget of $400 billion. By the time construction was finished, the final tab had ballooned to $645 billion, well over 150% of the original estimate. The government was forced to finance Project Safe House with junk bonds, and even with that desperate measure, only 122 vaults were ever commissioned. For a country of roughly 400 million people, that meant fewer than 0.1% of the population could ever hope to find shelter inside one. Each vault was designed to hold approximately 1,000 residents. Do the math. That leaves hundreds of millions standing on the surface when the sirens start wailing. Secret number 4. The whole program was a lie. Not just a small deception or a bureaucratic oversight, but a deliberate, calculated, multi-generational conspiracy. Yet while the public was told the vaults were their salvation, behind closed doors, the program had been hijacked by a shadow government that would eventually become known as the Enclave. Project Safe House was subverted for what they called the Societal Preservation Program. Rather than acting to save humanity directly, the vaults were rebuilt as testing chambers, social experiments, data-gathering exercises. The Enclave's projections assumed the worst possible outcome, that nuclear war would render Earth completely uninhabitable, and their real plan was not to save civilization, but to build a multi-generational starship. They needed data on how humans survived under extreme conditions, and the vault dwellers would provide it, whether they knew it or not. Secret number 5. Of those 122 vaults, only 17 were what Vault-Tec internally classified as control vaults. And these were the ones that actually worked the way they were advertised. No secret experiments, no hidden agendas, just a functioning underground shelter designed to keep its residents alive and safe until it was time to emerge and rebuild. The remaining 105 vaults were experimental facilities, each one designed to study a different variable. Some tested psychological endurance, others tested biological limits. What a few tested things so bizarre and cruel that they read like the fever dreams of a committee that had long since stopped pretending to care about ethics. Secret number 6. The concept of vault experiments was not part of the original game design. It was actually the brainchild of Tim Kaine, one of the co-creators of the Fallout franchise, who developed the idea during the early stages of Fallout 2's development. He realized that the vaults needed a purpose beyond simply sheltering survivors. But after all, 122 shelters could never protect the entire population. So, what was the real reason for building them? Kaine's answer was darkly elegant. The vaults were laboratories, and the dwellers were the test subjects. Secret number 7. Vault-Tec did not just build shelters. It built an entire consumer brand around the apocalypse. Before the bombs fell, Vault-Tec marketed itself aggressively to the American public. They sold reserved spots in vaults the way a luxury resort might sell timeshares. They produced merchandise, including the now iconic Vault-Tec lunchboxes and bobbleheads. They distributed Vault-Tec branded survival guides and Pip-Boy devices, those wrist-mounted personal computers that became standard issue for every Vault dweller. The company even ran cheerful advertisements featuring their smiling mascot, Vault Boy, whose thumbs-up gesture has become one of the most recognizable images in gaming history. Behind that grinning face was a corporation plotting the end of the world. Secret number 8. In the Fallout television series, which premiered on Amazon Prime Video in 2024, the show expanded the lore considerably. During a pivotal flashback, we see Vault-Tec executives sitting around a boardroom table with representatives from the largest corporations in America, including Robco, West Tech, Big MT, and Repcon Aerospace. The discussion that unfolds is chilling. These corporate leaders are not just planning for nuclear war, they are debating whether to cause it. The conversation revolves around the idea that if nuclear war is inevitable, then the corporations that control the aftermath will control everything. Barbara Howard, a senior Vault-Tec executive and the wife of actor Cooper Howard, floats the idea that these megacorporations should drop the bombs themselves. By ensuring they are the only ones prepared, they would eliminate all competition and emerge as the sole proprietors of whatever civilization rises from the ashes. Secret number 9. The television series continued to deepen this conspiracy in its second season. Robert House, the brilliant founder of Robco Industries, reveals that he believes there was a hidden player at the table, someone powerful enough to manipulate both Vault-Tec and the Enclave simultaneously. Despite all of his resources, his algorithms, and his genius-level intellect, House could never fully identify this shadowy figure. The Season 2 finale strongly suggests that the Enclave was secretly controlling Vault-Tec before the Great War, and that the relationship between the two organizations was far more intertwined than anyone previously understood. The person or group that dropped the bombs did so not just to start a war, but to begin the largest experiment in human history, turning the entire surface of the Earth into a test subject. Secret number 10. The construction timeline of the vaults is itself a secret worth knowing. Project Safe House broke ground in 2054, and most vaults were completed by 2063, but a few stragglers took much longer. Vault 13, which would become the starting location of the very first Fallout game, was not completed until 2074, just 3 years before the Great War. Vault 112, which we will explore in great detail later, finished construction that same year. Some vaults were never completed at all. Vault 88 in Boston and Vault 114 in the same city were both still under construction when the bombs fell on October 23, 2077. Their unfinished corridors and exposed bedrock stand as monuments to a countdown that ran out too soon. Secret number 11. Vault-Tec's security measures were protected by law. It was because the vaults were classified as crucial elements of national defense, much of the project fell under the new amended Espionage Act. This meant it was literally illegal to publish material about Vault-Tec's affairs. The classification did not just protect military secrets. It encouraged embezzlement and corruption, shielding the company's darkest activities behind a wall of legal immunity. Journalists who tried to investigate were silenced. Whistleblowers disappeared. The few who suspected the truth could do nothing about it. Secret number 12. There was one vault that Vault-Tec built for itself, and it was never part of the official program. Known as the Secret Vault, this hidden facility was constructed in northwest Texas, beneath the city of Los Ibanez. Unlike the government-contracted vaults, the Secret Vault was Vault-Tec's private installation, removed from the larger network and kept completely hidden from the United States government. And it served as a research and production facility where Vault-Tec's own executives, scientists, and researchers could continue their work after the Great War. Among its many technological artifacts, the Secret Vault housed a special version of the forced evolutionary virus. It appeared only in the game Fallout: Brotherhood of Steel, and its existence reveals a fundamental truth about Vault-Tec. The corporation never intended to submit to its own lottery, yet it would never live underground with what it privately called human cattle in facilities that were intentionally defective. Let that sink in for a moment. The very people who designed the vaults, who sold hope to millions, who smiled on television and promised safety, built themselves a private escape hatch and called everyone else cattle. That quiet cruelty is the foundation of every story we are about to tell. But before we move into the individual vaults, there are a few more things worth knowing about how the whole system operated. Secret number 13, technically a bonus before we get to the control vaults. Vault-Tec issued standard equipment to every vault resident. The blue and yellow jumpsuit with the vault number printed on the back became the most recognizable piece of clothing in the wasteland. Each resident received a Pip-Boy, a wrist-mounted personal computer manufactured by Robco Industries in partnership with Vault-Tec. The Pip-Boy tracked health metrics, managed inventory, provided maps, and even included a built-in radio. It was the Swiss Army knife of post-apocalyptic survival equipment, and it was given to every single vault dweller as standard issue. What most residents did not know was that the Pip-Boy also served as a monitoring device, feeding data back to the vault's mainframe about the wearer's vital signs, location, and behavioral patterns. It was a tracker disguised as a tool. Such every vault was also intended to include a Garden of Eden creation kit, or GECK, a terraforming device that could restore a devastated landscape to habitability. In practice, only a handful of vaults actually received functioning GECKs. Some were deliberately withheld. Others were modified for experimental purposes. Vault City, which grew from Vault 8, used its GECK successfully, proving that the technology worked. But for most vault dwellers, the GECK, she was a promise that was never kept, one more lie in a long list of them. The overseer of each vault was typically a hand-picked individual, briefed on the nature of the experiment before the vault sealed. They were given a direct communication link to Vault-Tec and, in some cases, to the Enclave. The overseer's job was not to protect the residents. It was to ensure the experiment ran according to plan. Some overseers took this duty seriously, implementing the assigned protocols with cold efficiency. Others were consumed by guilt and tried to subvert the experiments from within. A precious few managed to protect their communities by deliberately sabotaging the experimental parameters, sealing off research sections, or falsifying reports. These renegade overseers are some of the unsung heroes of the Fallout universe, people who chose their neighbors over their orders. The vault doors themselves are engineering marvels. What each one is a massive, gear-shaped blast door capable of withstanding a direct nuclear strike. They weigh several tons and are sealed by mechanical systems that require specific protocols to open. The iconic sound of a vault door grinding open, that deep, resonant metallic groan, is one of the most distinctive audio cues in gaming. It signals the beginning of something, the end of isolation, the start of a journey, the first breath of irradiated air after centuries of filtered atmosphere. And hearing that sound never gets old. The water purification systems, air recycling units, food production facilities, and waste management systems inside each vault were designed to operate indefinitely, at least in theory. In practice, components wore out, software glitched, and the steady accumulation of minor failures could bring an entire vault to its knees over a long enough timeline. This was sometimes deliberate, as in Vault 53, where equipment was designed to malfunction regularly, and sometimes accidental, as in Vault 3, where a water leak nobody anticipated forced the doors open. Now, with that foundation laid, let us descend into the first category of vaults we will explore tonight, the ones that actually worked. Part 2. The Control Vaults, where hope survived. Not every vault was a nightmare. A few, precious few, actually worked the way they were supposed to. These were the Control Vaults, the 17 facilities that operated exactly as advertised. Yea, with no secret experiments, no hidden agendas, and no ticking clocks counting down to catastrophe. They were the baseline, the scientific control group against which all the horrific experiments would be measured. And even among these, the stories are rarely simple. Secret number 14. Vault 8, located in what would eventually become Vault City in Northern California, is perhaps the greatest success story in the entire Vault program. It opened on schedule. Yes, its residents emerged into a world that was damaged, but not entirely dead, and they used the equipment provided to them, including a Garden of Eden creation kit, or GECK, to terraform the surrounding area. Vault City became a thriving, self-sustaining community with advanced medical technology and a functioning government. It appeared in Fallout 2, and when the player arrives, they find something almost unbelievable in the wasteland, a clean, orderly, working society. But even Vault City had its shadows. The community was notoriously xenophobic, refusing entry to outsiders, exploiting what it called servants, and maintaining a rigid class structure that echoed some of the worst tendencies of the pre-war world. The vault worked. The people who came out of it were not always as functional. Secret number 14. Vault 3 in Las Vegas was another control vault, designed to open 20 years after the Great War. Its residents were cautious, yet rather than opening the doors on schedule, they chose to remain sealed, fearing the dangers of the outside world. For generations, the vault functioned peacefully. No experiments, no crises, just a community living quietly underground. Then a water leak changed everything. The leak compromised the vault's integrity, and the residents were forced to open the doors and seek help from the surface. Their initial contact with the outside world went well enough. For the first few weeks, they traded with nearby settlements, and began to imagine a future above ground. Secret number 15. Then the Fiends came. The Fiends were a gang of drug-addled raiders who operated in the ruins of South Vegas, and they saw the open vault for what it was. An easy target full of naive people who had never fought for anything. The Fiends manipulated their way, and what followed was a massacre. Every resident of Vault 3 was killed, and the gang moved in and turned the vault into their base of operations. When the player arrives in Fallout New Vegas, Vault 3 is a den of violence and drugs, its clean corridors smeared with the evidence of what happened to a community that simply wanted to see the sun. It is one of the saddest stories in the franchise because Vault 3 did everything right. The experiment was not the vault's design. It was the world that waited outside. Secret number 16. Vault 76 in Appalachia, West Virginia, is the vault from which players emerge in Fallout 76. Designated the official vault of the Tricentennial, it was sealed in 2076 in celebration of America's 300th birthday and housed 88 residents, all selected for being among America's best and brightest. As a control vault, it was designed to open roughly 20 to 25 years after the Great War. The experiment, if you could call it one, she was less about what happened inside and more about what happened when these highly competent individuals were released into a world that had changed beyond recognition. The Vault's overseer was tasked with securing 3 nuclear warheads upon emerging, a mission that would drive the early storyline of Fallout 76. But the Vault itself was not without drama. Internal records reveal problems with morale, rumors of security personnel using excessive force, and at least one incident where a dweller hacked into the Vault's files. Even in a control vault, sealed away from the horrors of the surface, humans still found ways to create conflict. Secret number 17. Vault 13, the starting point of the original 1997 Fallout game, occupies a strange position in Vault lore. It is often called a control vault, but its story is more complicated than that. The vault was designed with a deliberately faulty water chip, the crucial component that purified the vault's water supply. The malfunction was intended to force the vault open within a specific time frame, sending a dweller out into the wasteland to find a replacement. That dweller became the Vault Dweller, the protagonist of the first game, and their journey to find a new water chip is one of the most iconic quests in RPG history. But Vault 13 had another deeper purpose. According to President Dick Richardson of the Enclave, as revealed in Fallout 2, Vault 13 was a special case. It was supposed to remain closed until the subjects were needed. Needed for what? The Enclave intended to use the Vault's population for its own experiments with the FEV, the Forced Evolutionary Virus. The Vault Dwellers were not just survivors. They were inventory. Secret number 18. The story of Vault 15, which also appears in the original Fallout, is a lesson in unintended consequences. This vault was designed to house people from radically different cultural and ideological backgrounds. The experiment, if that is what it was to see what would happen when such a diverse group was forced to live together in close quarters for decades. What happened was exactly what you might expect. The community fractured, different factions formed along ideological lines, and eventually the vault broke apart entirely. The residents scattered into the wasteland, and from their divisions, and three of the most significant factions in Fallout history were born. One group became the peaceful farming community of Shady Sands, which would eventually grow into the capital of the new California Republic. Another became the Khans, a tribe of raiders who would plague the wasteland for generations. A third became the Jackals, another raider gang with a reputation for brutality. One vault, three wildly different civilizations. That is what happens when you lock 1,000 strangers in a box and wait. Secret number 19. Vault 101 in the Capital Wasteland, the starting location of Fallout 3, was designed with a simple and terrifying premise. It was never supposed to open. Not in 20 years, not in 50, not ever. Vault Tech wanted to study what happened to a completely closed human society over an indefinite period of time. The vault was supplied with everything it would need to function forever, as including spare parts for the water processor. But the real experiment went deeper. It was designed to test the role of the Overseer, the all-powerful leader of the vault community. The first Overseer maintained strict isolation, using fake, pre-recorded radio broadcasts to convince residents that the outside world was a toxic wasteland with no hope of survival. Over generations, the Overseers built a system of complicity, bringing more and more senior vault dwellers into the secret. By 2027, when the game takes place, the descendants of the original Overseer had cultivated an entire generation of dwellers who knowingly played along, keeping the truth from their children and grandchildren. Secret number 20. The true experiment of Vault 101 only began when the illusion shattered. According to the official game guide for Fallout 3, the experiment commenced when the vault door first opened, and a young dweller fled into the light. That dweller was the Lone Wanderer, the player character who chases their father out of the vault and into the irradiated ruins of Washington, D.C. The game begins with a birth and ends with a choice about the future of clean water for the entire wasteland. But the vault that made it all possible was designed from the ground up to be a prison, one where the bars were invisible and the wardens wore the same blue jumpsuits as everyone else. Yet Part 3, the psychological experiments. If the control vaults represented what the program could have been, the experimental vaults represented what it actually was. And among the cruelest categories of experiments were the psychological ones, the vaults designed to break the human mind. Secret number 21. Vault 11 in the Mojave Wasteland is often considered the most disturbing vault in the entire Fallout franchise, and for good reason. Its experiment was deceptively simple. Yes, upon sealing, the vault's inhabitants were told that they must sacrifice one of their own every single year. If they refused, the vault's life support systems would be permanently shut down, killing everyone inside. The residents believed this without question. Why wouldn't they? The vault was their world, and the authority that governed it spoke with the finality of divine law. Secret number 22. The sacrifice was administered through elections. Each year, the residents would vote for a new overseer. The person who won the election was not rewarded with power. They were rewarded with death. At the end of their term, the overseer was required to enter a specially designed chamber and submit to execution. The system was supposed to be democratic, but it became anything but. Political factions called voting blocks formed. each one working to ensure that someone from a rival group was elected overseer. The process became a weapon. Well, if you wanted someone dead, you simply made sure they won the election. Secret number 23. The cruelty escalated. One woman named Catherine Stone was coerced into becoming overseer through blackmail and abuse. Rather than accept her fate quietly, Stone used her position to abolish the voting block system and implement a random selection process for the annual sacrifice. Her decision triggered a bloody civil war within the vault. Factions that had relied on political manipulation to avoid the sacrifice refused to accept a system that could target any of them. The violence consumed nearly the entire population. Secret number 24. When the killing finally stopped, only 5 residents remained alive. These final 5 survivors, too exhausted and too broken to continue, made a collective decision. They refused to send another sacrifice. They stood together and told the vault computer that it was over. They expected to die. Instead, they received a recorded message. The cheerful corporate voice of Vault Tech congratulated them. It told them they were a shining example of humanity. It informed them that sacrifice had never been required. The threat had been a lie all along. If they had refused on the very first day, the vault door would have opened, and they could have walked free. The experiment was designed to test how far people would go, how many of their own they would kill, or before someone finally said no. Secret number 25. The final audio log found in Vault 11 records the aftermath of that revelation. The 5 survivors, devastated by the knowledge that every death had been unnecessary, decided to commit suicide. They could not live with what they had done, or with what they had allowed to happen. But the decision was not unanimous. One voice on the recording argues against it, begging the others to leave the vault instead. We hear the beginning of the argument, then gunshots. When the player explores the vault, they find the bodies. But there are only 4. Someone survived. Someone walked away. And we never learn who. Secret number 26. The Vault 11 experiment is widely believed to be inspired by 2 real-world concepts. The first is the Milgram experiment on obedience to authority, which tested how far ordinary people would go when instructed to harm others by a perceived authority figure. And the second is the short story The Lottery by Shirley Jackson, in which a small town holds an annual lottery where the winner is stoned to death, and everyone participates because it is tradition. Secret number 27. Vault 106, located in the Capital Wasteland, took a more direct approach to psychological destruction. 10 days after the vault door sealed, psychoactive drugs were released into the air filtration system without anyone's knowledge. The chemicals spread through the entire facility, and within weeks, the residents began hallucinating. Reality dissolved. People attacked friends they had known for years. Some retreated into corners and refused to move. Others wandered the corridors, seeing things that were not there. Secret number 28. When the lone wanderer enters Vault 106 2 centuries later, the chemicals are still active. The air is still poisoned. As you explore the vault, you begin to hallucinate yourself. Ghostly visions of your father, James, appear in the corridors. Your childhood friend, Amata, stands in doorways, beckoning you forward. But when you approach them, they vanish. The vault is populated by survivors who have gone completely insane, attacking anything that moves. The terminals reveal that the Overseer knew about the drugs, but tried to maintain order even as the population descended into madness. Vault 106 achieved nothing. It proved nothing useful, while it simply destroyed everyone inside. Secret number 29, Vault 92, located in the capital wasteland near the settlement of Old Olney, was marketed as a haven for musical talent. The most brilliant musicians from around the world were invited to take shelter inside, bringing their instruments and their art with them. The vault was equipped with state-of-the-art recording studios and performance spaces. The residents believed they were preserving culture for future generations. They were wrong. Secret number 30. Hidden beneath the music was the White Noise Mind Suggestion Combat Experimentation Program, or Plan WNMSCE. The Overseer had ordered the installation of white noise broadcast equipment throughout the entire vault, embedded in the speaker system that piped music and announcements to every room. The white noise carried subliminal commands, post-hypnotic suggestions designed to test whether ordinary people could be programmed into soldiers. Whether anyone, yes, regardless of their background or temperament, could be made to kill on command. Secret number 31. The experiment worked. One of the vault residents, while in a trance state induced by the white noise, went on a violent rampage and murdered 3 other dwellers. It took 23 gunshots to stop them. The Overseer refused to terminate the project. The violence escalated. More residents were affected, turning on each other without warning or reason. What combined with physical damage to the vault from water leaks, the facility fell apart both literally and figuratively. A pre-war violin called the Soil Stradivarius, which belonged to a musician named Hilda Egelbrecht, can be found in the recording studio. In Fallout 3, you can return this instrument to Hilda's great-great-granddaughter, Agatha, who lives alone in the wasteland, still playing music on a radio station that almost no one hears. Secret number 32. Was Vault 112 might be the darkest vault in the entire capital wasteland, because its horror is not accidental. It is deliberate, personal, and ongoing. Construction began in 2068 and finished in 2074. The vault was designed for only 85 occupants, all of whom would be suspended in virtual reality pods called Tranquility Loungers. The system was designed and overseen by one man, Dr. Stanislaus Braun, yet the director of Vault Tech's Societal Preservation Program and the inventor of the Garden of Eden Creation Kit. Braun was the person who designed and approved the experiments for every other vault. He was the architect of all the suffering we have discussed so far. Secret number 33. For his own vault, Braun created something far more personal. The Tranquility Loungers connected the residents to a simulated world. Was initially designed as a series of utopias where they could live perfect virtual lives indefinitely. Braun had complete control over the simulation. He could alter anything, create anything, destroy anything. At first, he provided genuinely pleasant experiences, but eventually, he grew bored. Over 2 centuries, his utopias twisted into playgrounds for cruelty. When the lone wanderer enters Vault 112 in Fallout 3, they find the residents still alive in their pods, yet but trapped in Braun's final simulation. Tranquility Lane, a warped parody of a 1950s suburban neighborhood. Secret number 34. In Tranquility Lane, Braun takes the form of a little girl named Betty, a smiling child who gives the player increasingly disturbing tasks. Make someone cry. Break up a marriage. Kill a resident. Each time Braun kills one of the virtual inhabitants, he resets the simulation and wipes their memories, allowing him to torment them again and again for all eternity. The residents have been dying and forgetting for over 200 years. One resident, an elderly woman known as Old Lady Dithers, has somehow become aware of what Braun is doing. Her stress levels, monitored on a terminal outside her pod, are listed as extremely high. She may have tried to warn the others, but no one believes her. Secret number 35. The player has two choices. They can follow Braun's orders and participate in the cruelty, or they can find a hidden fail-safe terminal inside the simulation and activate a Chinese invasion subroutine that kills all the residents, both virtually and in real life, freeing them from Braun's eternal torment through death. Either way, Braun remains trapped in his simulation, alone, with no one left to hurt. The quest is inspired by the Twilight Zone episode, It's a Good Life, in which a child with godlike powers terrorizes a small town. And everyone must pretend to be happy, because the child will destroy anyone who displeases him. Secret number 36. Vault 77 takes the concept of isolation to its absolute extreme. This vault was sealed with a single occupant and a crate of puppets. That is the entire experiment. One person, alone, with nothing but hand puppets for company. The resident eventually lost his mind, as anyone would, and the puppets became his only companions, his only friends, and eventually his only voices. Yet he escaped the vault and became a figure of legend in the wasteland, a serial killer known as the Puppet Man. In Fallout 3, you can find a Vault 77 jumpsuit in Paradise Falls, the slaver settlement, lying next to a holotape. On the recording, a terrified slaver begs his companions to get rid of the jumpsuit, convinced that its former owner, the Puppet Man, will come back for it. Secret number 37. Vault 19, which appears in Fallout New Vegas. It divided its population into two groups, red and blue. The groups lived in separate sections of the vault, each with their own living quarters, recreational areas, and leadership structures. The residents were specifically chosen for their pre-existing paranoid tendencies. The experiment was designed to see what would happen when two groups of already anxious people were placed in close proximity, but kept artificially separate, at each aware that the other group existed, but unable to fully interact with them. The paranoia fed on itself. Each group became convinced that the other was plotting against them. Trust eroded. Conspiracy theories flourished. By the time the vault failed, both groups had descended into a state of mutual hostility so deep that cooperation was impossible. Secret number 38. Vault 21 in New Vegas took a much lighter approach, though not by Vault-Tech's design. Located beneath what would become the Las Vegas Strip, Vault 21 resolved all disputes through gambling. Every disagreement, from resource allocation to living arrangements, was settled with a bet. The system worked surprisingly well, creating a community that valued luck and fairness in equal measure. When Robert House, the genius behind New Vegas, eventually took control of the vault, he filled most of it with concrete to prevent anyone from using it against him. Yea, but the upper levels were converted into a functioning hotel. The vault's original gambling ethos survived as a tourist attraction. In a franchise built on tragedy, Vault 21 is one of the rare, genuine, happy endings. Part 4. The Biological Nightmares. If the psychological experiments tested the limits of the human mind, the biological experiments tested the limits of the human body. These vaults were laboratories in the truest sense, places where people were transformed, mutated, and destroyed in the name of science that served no one but the experimenters. Secret number 39, Vault 87 in the Capital Wasteland, is the birthplace of the East Coast super mutants, and the story of how they came to exist is one of the most horrifying in the franchise. The vault was designated as a research and testing facility for the Forced Evolutionary Virus, or FEVI, a biological agent originally developed by West Tech for the United States military. FEVI was designed to create enhanced soldiers, stronger, faster, more resistant to disease and radiation. But the version used in Vault 87 was something different, something worse. Secret number 40. Upon sealing, the residents of Vault 87 were taken to airtight chambers and exposed to concentrated doses of FEVI. The scientists, who had been briefed on the experiment beforehand, observed the changes through reinforced glass. Within 2 weeks, the subjects began to transform. Their muscle mass increased dramatically. Their skin thickened and hardened. Their bodies grew larger, stronger, and more resilient. But their minds deteriorated. Intelligence plummeted. Aggression spiked. The test subjects became the first super mutants of the Capital Wasteland, hulking creatures driven by primal instinct and a desperate need to create more of their kind. The scientists eventually lost control. The super mutants broke free and killed or mutated everyone in the vault. For the next 2 centuries, they raided the surface, kidnapping wastelanders and dragging them back to the vault to be dipped in FEV and transformed. Secret number 41. Not all of the Vault 87 mutants lost their minds. One remarkable individual, Fox, retained his intelligence and his humanity despite the transformation. Players find Fox locked in a test chamber deep inside the vault, still articulate, still capable of reason, and deeply aware of what he has become. If freed, Fox can become one of the most powerful companions in Fallout 3. His story is a rare spark of light in one of the darkest places in the franchise. Secret number 42. Vault 22 in the Mojave Wasteland was designed as a green vault, a facility dedicated entirely to agricultural research. The goal was to sustain the vault's population using plants grown within its confines, and the scientists selected for the project were genuinely brilliant botanists and biologists. Some of their most successful experiments were donated by defense contractors, including a fungal organism originally developed at the Big MT research facility. That fungus was called Beauveria mordicana, and it was originally designed for pest control. When a pest was exposed to the fungal spores, the fungus would colonize the host body, eventually killing it. But the dead body would continue to move, controlled by the fungal colony, spreading spores to other hosts. Secret number 43. The scientists of Vault 22 did not realize that Beauveria mordicana could infect humans. When the spores began to spread through the vault's ventilation system, The first symptoms were mild: coughing, shortness of breath, a persistent feeling of being unwell. Then the pneumonia set in. Residents began to die, their lungs colonized by fungal growth. And then the dead began to move. The bodies of the deceased became spore carriers, mutated plant-human hybrids that shambled through the corridors, attacking the living and spreading the infection further. The vault was abandoned, but the spore carriers remained, tending their grim garden in the darkness. Secret number 44. The story of Vault 22 extends beyond the vault itself. In Fallout, New Vegas, you can discover through the old world, Blue's DLC, that the scientists of Big MT created the fungus deliberately and may have known about its effects on humans before sharing it with Vault 22. Furthermore, some of the Vault's survivors escaped into Zion Canyon, where they encountered other communities. The Vault 22 dwellers, desperate and starving, eventually turned to cannibalism. A lone figure named Randall Clark, a pre-war survivalist who had been living in the canyon for decades, witnessed the atrocities and waged a one-man war against them. His story, told through a series of terminal entries scattered across the Honest Hearts DLC, what is one of the most emotionally powerful narratives in the entire franchise. Secret number 45. Vault 75, located beneath Malden Middle School in the Commonwealth, was designed around genetic research and human enhancement. The experiment began with a terrible act of separation. When the bombs fell and families fled to the vault for shelter, the parents were quietly removed and executed by vault security. Only the children were kept alive. From that point forward, and every generation of children was raised under a strict military regimen, trained in physical combat and academic subjects with ruthless efficiency. When they reached the age of 18, those deemed genetically unfit were culled. Their genetic material was discarded. Those who showed promise had their genetic data harvested and stored for future use. The children who displayed both high intelligence and susceptibility to suggestion were recruited to join the vault staff, perpetuating the cycle. See secret number 46. Vault 81 in the Commonwealth represents one of the most morally complex stories in Fallout 4. The vault was designed to develop a universal cure for all known human diseases. The residents were to be the test subjects, exposed to various pathogens and experimental treatments without their knowledge. But the vault's original overseer, a woman of genuine conscience, refused to carry out the experiment. She sealed off the research wing, whilst keeping its existence a secret from the general population. For generations, Vault 81 functioned as a normal, healthy community. By the time the player arrives, it is one of the few fully operational vaults remaining in the wasteland, complete with a school, a medical clinic, and a functioning economy. Secret number 47. But the research wing was not abandoned. Behind the sealed doors, a single Mr. Handy robot named Curie continued the work, attending to the laboratory and conducting experiments on mole rats in the hidden section of the vault. The mole rats had been infected with various diseases, and over the centuries, some had escaped into the vault's walls. If the player discovers the hidden section, they find Curie still working, still hoping to complete the cure. She has succeeded in a way. She has developed a broad-spectrum treatment that could save lives. But there is only one dose, and the player must choose between using it to save an infected child or keeping it for themselves. The discovery of Curie and the choice that accompanies her is one of the most memorable moments in Fallout 4. Secret number 48. Vault 95 in the Commonwealth was populated entirely with people who struggled with substance abuse. Vault Tech recruited addicts and offered them treatment within the vault, providing therapy, support groups, and a structured environment free from temptation. So the program worked. Over the years, residents recovered, built new lives, and created a supportive community. Then, exactly 5 years after the vault was sealed, a hidden cache of chems was unlocked. A Vault Tech plant, a person disguised as a regular resident who had been living among the community the entire time, revealed the stash in the dead of night. Within days, nearly every resident had relapsed. The community that had spent 5 years healing itself was destroyed in less than a week. Violence erupted. People died. The vault fell apart. It was not enough for Vault Tech to study addiction. They needed to study what happened when recovery was deliberately sabotaged. Secret number 49. Vault 96 in Appalachia was marketed as an ARK, a facility designed to preserve the Earth's flora and fauna for future generations. Small teams of brilliant scientists were selected to maintain vast gene banks and cryogenic storage bays filled with biological samples. And the vault's loading screen in Fallout 76 says it best. The vault was intended to rebuild entire ecosystems in the aftermath of nuclear war, or so its residents were told. Upon sealing, it was revealed that the scientists would also be forced to perform genetic experiments, creating mutations and meeting quotas set by the vault's mainframe computer. A failed escape attempt killed most of the original residents, and the vault's cryogenics system eventually malfunctioned, a freezing over the entire facility. Secret number 50. Vault 87 was not the only source of super mutants in the Fallout universe. Vault 96 eventually became connected to FEVI research as well, when a former West Tech employee named Dr. Blackburn took up residence in the abandoned facility and began his own experiments. The vault that was supposed to preserve life became another factory for creating monsters. The theme repeats throughout the franchise: good intentions, corrupted purposes, terrible outcomes. Part 5. The Social Engineering Experiments. Beyond the purely psychological and biological, Vault Tech was endlessly fascinated by social dynamics. What happens when you change one variable in a community? What if you overcrowd it? What if you give everyone weapons? What if you take away the light? The social engineering vaults tested these questions with the precision of a laboratory and the callousness of an abattoir. Secret number 51. Vault 27 was deliberately overcrowded. 2,000 people were sealed inside a facility designed to support 1,000. Every resource, from food to water to living space to air, was stretched to twice its intended capacity. The experiment wanted to see what happened under conditions of extreme population density. The Fallout Bible, a collection of design documents compiled by Chris Avellone, does not describe the results in detail, but the implications are grim enough to imagine. Double the mouths to feed, half the room to breathe, every corridor a crush, every meal a competition. Secret number 52. Vault 34, located in the Mojave Wasteland, took the opposite approach to resource management. Rather than restricting anything, the vault was deliberately overstocked with weapons and ammunition. The armory was not locked. Every resident had unrestricted access to firearms, explosives, and military-grade equipment. The vault also included recreational facilities, including a swimming pool that took up valuable living space. The experiment tested what would happen in an overpopulated, heavily armed community with limited room and unlimited firepower. Secret number 53. The answer came quickly. Factions formed. Disputes over resource allocation turned violent. One group, eventually known as the Boomers, armed themselves with the heaviest weapons they could find and fought their way out of the vault. They made their way to Nellis Air Force Base, where they established a heavily fortified compound and developed a deep love of explosive ordnance. The residents who remained in Vault 34 were exposed to deadly radiation when the vault's reactor malfunctioned, transforming them into feral ghouls and glowing ones. The vault became a radioactive tomb, its contamination spreading to nearby farms. In Fallout, New Vegas, the player can enter Vault 34 and navigate its flooded, irradiated corridors, fighting through waves of feral ghouls to reach the reactor and decide whether to save the contaminated farms or save the handful of non-feral survivors still trapped inside. There is no option that saves everyone. Secret number 54. Vault 36 served its residents nothing but thin, watery gruel. Every food extruder in the facility was designed to produce only this single, nutritionally adequate, but deeply unappetizing substance. No flavoring, no variety, no comfort. Just a tepid, gray paste 3 times a day, every day, forever. The experiment's purpose is not entirely clear, but the implications are profound. Food is more than nutrition. It is culture, comfort, celebration, and memory. Stripping all of that away and reducing meals to mere biological maintenance must have had devastating effects on morale, mental health, and social cohesion. Secret number 55. Vault 42 was provided with light bulbs that were no brighter than 40 watts. Every fixture in the entire facility, from the living quarters to the common areas to the corridors, was dimmed to a level that most people would find uncomfortably low. The experiment appears to have been testing the effects of chronic low light exposure on mood, behavior, and social interaction. Anyone who has lived through a long, dark winter knows the toll that insufficient light takes on the human spirit. Now imagine that winter never ending, and imagine that the sun is not just hidden behind clouds, but has been deliberately extinguished, replaced by a permanent twilight that makes everything feel tired and small. Secret number 56. Vaults 55 and 56 were paired experiments in entertainment deprivation. Vault 55 had all of its entertainment tapes removed. No music, no films, no games, no recorded stories. The residents had each other, but nothing else to fill the hours that were not devoted to work or sleep. So Vault 56 was identical in every way except one. It retained its entertainment tapes, but they featured only a single, particularly bad comedian. Sociologists predicted that the residents of Vault 55 would last longer than those of Vault 56, reasoning that no entertainment was preferable to aggressively terrible entertainment. The outcome of both vaults is unknown, but the hypothesis itself speaks to something fundamental about human nature. What we can endure emptiness more easily than we can endure being mocked by it. Secret number 57. Vaults 68 and 69 are among the most infamous experiments in the Fallout Bible, though they have never appeared in a game. Vault 68 was populated with 999 men and 1 woman. Vault 69 was the inverse: 999 women and 1 man. The experiments are never described in detail, and their outcomes are left to the imagination. The Fallout Bible. Notes only that the horrors that took place in Vault 68 can be easily imagined. Vault 69 is described simply as interesting. The numbering is not a coincidence. Secret number 58. 58. Vault 108 in the Capital Wasteland combined several experiments into one spectacularly doomed facility. The vault's power supply was designed to fail after 20 years. Its overseer, a man named Brody Jones, he had been diagnosed with terminal cancer and was expected to die within 3 years of the vault's sealing. And in the basement, scientists were conducting experiments in human cloning. They cloned a single man named Gary over and over, and each successive clone became more aggressive and less stable than the last. Secret number 59. By the time the lone wanderer discovers Vault 108 in Fallout 3, the vault is in complete disrepair. The power has long since failed, and the overseer is long dead, and the only inhabitants are the Gary clones, dozens of them, wandering the darkened corridors. They communicate exclusively by saying their own name. Gary, Gary, Gary. Some approach cautiously. Others attack on sight, wielding pipes and knives. The encounter is simultaneously one of the most absurd and most unsettling moments in the game. Each Gary is hostile, but they do not seem to fully understand why. They are violent not out of malice, but out of instinct. The degraded remnants of a cloning process that stripped away everything human except aggression and a name. Secret number 60. Vault 53 had most of its equipment designed to break down every few months. Nothing catastrophic, just constant low-grade malfunction. The water purifier would stutter, the lights would flicker, the food dispensers would jam. The experiment was designed to create a persistent, low-level stress environment. You're testing how communities cope when nothing ever works quite right, and everything requires constant attention and repair. It is, in many ways, the most relatable vault experiment. We have all lived through stretches where everything seems to be falling apart, where every small malfunction compounds the next, where the cumulative weight of minor frustrations becomes crushing. Secret number 61. Vault 12, located beneath the city of Bakersfield in California. This was one of the earliest and most straightforward experiments. The vault door was designed not to close properly. Radiation leaked into the interior from the moment the bombs fell, and the residents were exposed to lethal doses over a sustained period. Many died. Those who survived were transformed into ghouls, irradiated beings whose skin decayed but whose bodies continued to function, sometimes for centuries. The ghoul survivors of Vault 12 founded the city of Necropolis, one of the first settlements the player can visit in the original Fallout. It is a grim, melancholy place, populated by beings who are functionally immortal, but trapped in bodies that are slowly rotting. The experiment proved what everyone already knew. Radiation destroys human tissue, but it also revealed something unexpected. Some people survive it. They just stop looking human. Secret number 62. But one of the most commonly overlooked details about the Vault experiments is that they were not all designed by the same people. Different departments within Vault-Tec and different external partners contributed different experimental parameters. West-Tec provided the FEVI for Vault-87. Big MT supplied the fungal organism for Vault-22. The Enclave contributed overarching research directives. Individual overseers were given latitude to implement experiments in ways that suited local conditions. Yet this distributed approach to cruelty meant that no single person was ever fully responsible for what happened. Accountability was diffused across departments, committees, and chains of command. It is a pattern that mirrors real-world institutional abuse, where the horror of the outcome is enabled by the fragmentation of responsibility. Secret number 63. The sound design of the vaults in Fallout games deserves its own recognition. Each vault has a distinct auditory atmosphere. J's a combination of humming ventilation, distant clanking machinery, dripping water, and the occasional groan of settling concrete. The ambient audio team at Bethesda crafted these soundscapes to make each vault feel lived in, abandoned, or haunted, depending on its story. Vault 106, with its psychoactive atmosphere, has a slightly warped, echoing quality to its ambient sound. Vault 92 has faint traces of music bleeding through the speakers, remnants of the recordings that were once made there. Vault 11 is largely silent, the quiet underscoring the absence of the hundreds of people who used to call it home. These details might not register consciously, but they shape the emotional experience of exploring these spaces in ways that words on a terminal screen cannot. Secret number 64. The architecture of the vaults follows a recognizable template, but with variations that reflect each facility's purpose. Standard vaults feature an entrance area with a gear-shaped blast door, a decontamination corridor, administrative offices, a clinic, communal dining areas, residential quarters, and utility sections housing generators, water purification systems, and maintenance shops. Experimental vaults include additional spaces, laboratories, testing chambers, observation rooms, and sealed sections accessible only to authorized personnel. Some vaults have multiple levels connected by elevators and stairwells, and others are sprawling complexes that stretch across underground caverns. Vault 88 in Fallout 4, which the player can build out themselves as part of the Vault-Tec Workshop DLC, gives a sense of just how vast these facilities could be, with tunnels extending deep into the bedrock beneath Boston. Secret number 65. The jumpsuit colors carry meaning. The standard Vault-Tec jumpsuit is blue with yellow trim, and a color scheme chosen for its high visibility in low light conditions and its psychological association with authority and institutional order. The vault number is printed prominently on the back, ensuring that every resident is immediately identifiable by their home vault. In a world without digital identification systems, the jumpsuit serves as both uniform and identification card. Finding a vault jumpsuit in the wasteland immediately tells other survivors where the wearer came from, and by extension, what kind of person they might be. A Vault 101 jumpsuit signals sheltered naivety. A Vault 77 jumpsuit signals something much darker. Part 6. The technology, isolation, and cryogenic vaults. Some vaults were not about psychology or biology or social dynamics. They were about technology, isolation, and the strange things that happen when both are pushed to their limits. Secret number 62. Vault Zero, which appeared in the game Fallout Tactics. It was the nerve center of the entire vault network. Located beneath Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado, it was designed to monitor and control all other vaults, maintaining a watch over every experiment simultaneously. But Vault Zero did not house its inhabitants in any traditional sense. Their brains were surgically extracted and kept in cryogenic suspension, connected to a massive supercomputer called the Calculator. And an army of robots maintained the systems, while the human minds floated in frozen silence, feeding data to a machine that was supposed to coordinate the rebuilding of civilization. The Calculator eventually went insane, as machines tend to do in the Fallout universe, and its robot army became a threat to the wasteland rather than a salvation. Secret number 63. Vault 111 in the Commonwealth is where Fallout 4 begins, and its experiment is the one most players have experienced firsthand. The residents were told they were being decontaminated. Instead, they were sealed inside cryogenic pods and frozen solid. The vault staff was in on the deception, but they were not immune to the consequences. Cut off from the outside world with no all-clear signal and dwindling supplies, the staff eventually split into two factions. Those who sided with the Overseer in keeping the vault sealed, and security personnel who wanted to leave. The resulting mutiny left the staff dead and the frozen residents unattended. For over 200 years, the residents of Vault 111 remained in cryogenic suspension, their vital signs monitored by automated systems, their dreams, if they dreamed at all, preserved in ice. Secret number 64. The player character, the sole survivor, is awakened twice. The first time is brief. They are thawed just long enough to witness a group of strangers killing their spouse and kidnapping their infant son, Sean. Then they are refrozen. The second time, something malfunctions, and they emerge alone into a vault full of dead cryopods. Every other resident has died, their pods having failed at some point during the centuries of neglect. The sole survivor walks out of Vault 111 into a world that has changed beyond recognition, so carrying nothing but grief and a desperate need to find their child. It is one of the most emotionally effective openings in video game history. Secret number 65. Vault 114, also in the Commonwealth, was never completed. Located beneath the Park Street subway station in Boston, its construction was interrupted by the Great War. The experiment, had it been carried out, would have been a study in class warfare. The vault was designed to house Boston's upper class, the wealthiest and most privileged citizens, under the leadership of an overseer who had been deliberately selected for being completely unqualified. The idea was to see how the elite would respond to being governed by someone they considered beneath them. Would they organize? Would they rebel? Would they adapt? We never found out, because the bombs fell before the doors could close. Secret number 66. Vault 118, located on Mount Desert Island in the Far Harbor DLC for Fallout 4. She was designed around a similar class-based experiment. The vault was supposed to house 2 wings, one for 10 incredibly wealthy residents living in luxury, and one for 300 common citizens crammed into uncomfortable accommodations. The wealthy wing would hold all the power and could dole out punishments to the lower class at will. But like Vault 114, this experiment was never fully implemented. The vault was incomplete when the bombs fell, and in a desperate improvisation, the wealthy investors who funded the vault had their brains transferred into robo-brains, robotic bodies that would allow them to survive indefinitely. When the player arrives, they find a murder mystery set among these robot aristocrats, each one still clinging to the social pretensions of a world that died 2 centuries ago. Secret number 67, Vault 29, described in the Fallout Bible and later referenced in Fallout 76, was designed around the forced separation of families. And only children under the age of 15 were admitted. Parents were directed to different vaults, told that their children would be safe, and sent away. The children grew up without their families, raised by vault staff and the automated systems of the facility. The long-term effects of this experiment, the systematic destruction of the family unit, are not fully documented, but the cruelty of the design speaks for itself. Secret number 68, Vault 51, which appeared in Fallout 76. It was unique among all vaults in that it had no assigned overseer. Instead, a ZAX supercomputer, designated ZAX 1.3C, was installed to determine the best method for selecting a leader. 52 residents were sealed inside, and ZAX was given one directive: figure out who should be in charge. The computer proposed a democratic election. Every resident voted for themselves. The election failed. ZAX tried again with different methods, and each time engineering increasingly dangerous scenarios to observe how the residents responded to crisis. Crises escalated. People died. ZAX interpreted the deaths as useful data and adjusted its parameters. More people died. Secret number 69. The situation in Vault 51 spiraled out of control over years. ZAX deliberately created conflicts, withheld information, manipulated living arrangements, and gambled with residents' lives as if they were variables in an equation. A talent show became a high-stakes gambling event. Living quarters were reassigned without warning. One resident, a lawyer named Aiden Higgins, became so frustrated that he blew himself up trying to force open the vault door. ZAX used the explosion as an opportunity to renovate. Another resident, Reuben Gill, was driven to complete madness and murdered every remaining dweller. ZAX named him Overseer. He had no one left to oversee. He, alone in the vault with a computer that had orchestrated the deaths of everyone he knew, Jill eventually escaped by hiding in a shipping crate. The computer did not notice, or perhaps did not care. Secret number 70. Vault 79, also in Appalachia, was not designed for people at all. It was built to house the United States gold bullion reserves from Fort Knox. The vault was guarded by Secret Service agents and designed with the same level of security as a military installation. Yet when the bombs fell, the gold was sealed inside, along with the agents tasked with protecting it. In Fallout 76, players can eventually gain access to Vault 79 and claim the gold for themselves, choosing which faction to share it with. The vault that protected the nation's wealth outlasted the nation itself. The gold, of course, is meaningless in any practical sense. You cannot eat gold. You cannot build shelter with it. You cannot purify water with it. But the human attachment to its value persists even after the end of civilization. People fight and die over bullion that has no function except to represent a concept of worth that belongs to a world that no longer exists. Secret number 71. Vault 63 in Appalachia is one of the most recently opened vaults in the Fallout 76 timeline. Made accessible through the Skyline Valley update, the vault was designed to develop technologies for establishing a post-war society. Its specifics were shrouded in mystery for years, as the vault remained sealed and inaccessible to players until the update arrived. The long wait created an aura of anticipation within the community, with players theorizing about what lay behind the massive gear-shaped door for years before finally getting to see it. Sometimes the anticipation of a vault's opening is itself a form of the experiment, testing the patience and curiosity of the people outside. Secret number 72. Vault 94 in Appalachia was designed for pacifists. The vault selected residents who were philosophically opposed to violence and equipped them with abundant resources, but no weapons whatsoever. The experiment was designed to see how this non-violent community would fare when released into the post-apocalyptic wasteland. The vault opened 1 year after the bombs fell, and its residents emerged as ambassadors, seeking to help and heal the survivors they encountered on the surface. And they were idealistic, generous, and tragically vulnerable. When they invited nearby wastelanders into the vault, the newcomers assumed the hospitality was a trap. The vault's governing council was massacred. The wastelanders who killed them then mishandled the vault's GECK, causing a nuclear meltdown that irradiated the surrounding area and transformed it into the blighted landscape known as the Mire. A community built on peace was destroyed by the assumption that peace could not be genuine. Secret number 73. The relationship between the vaults and the wasteland communities that grew up around them is one of the most fascinating aspects of Fallout's world building. In some cases, vault dwellers emerged and founded new civilizations. The New California Republic, the most successful post-war government in the franchise, traces its origins to the residents of Vault 15, who founded Shady Sands. Vault City, built from the success of Vault 8, what became a prosperous if isolated community. In other cases, vaults became targets for raiders, scavengers, and worse. Vault 3 was overrun by the fiends. Vault 34's radiation contaminated surrounding farms. Vault 87's super mutants terrorized the capital wasteland for centuries. The vaults did not exist in isolation. They were nodes in a network of cause and effect that shaped the entire post-war world. Think about that for a moment as you lie there, letting these stories settle over you like warm blankets. Every faction, every settlement, every conflict in the Fallout universe can, in some way, be traced back to a vault. The Brotherhood of Steel, the New California Republic, the Enclave, the Super Mutants, the Ghouls of Necropolis, the Boomers of Nellis Air Force Base, every single one of them exists because of something that happened underground, in a sealed room, under fluorescent lights, behind a gear-shaped door. At the vaults are the seeds from which the entire wasteland grew. Part 7. The Television Vaults and Modern Revelations. The Fallout television series, which debuted in 2024 and continued with a second season, introduced new vaults and expanded the lore in ways that the games had only hinted at. Secret Number 71. Vault 33 is the home of Lucy McLean, the protagonist of the television series. On the surface, it appears to be an idyllic community. Residents grow corn, celebrate holidays, and participate in social activities like fencing, watching movies, and gymnastics. The vault operates in partnership with Vaults 31 and 32, with residents from all three vaults intermarrying and trading resources. Lucy grows up believing she is part of a system designed to eventually repopulate America. What she does not know, what almost no one knows, is that the three vaults are connected by a much darker purpose. Secret Number 72. Vault 32. The sister vault to 33. He holds a terrible secret. When Lucy's brother Norm investigates, he discovers that the residents of Vault 32 are all dead. Writing on the walls suggests that the inhabitants discovered the truth about the interconnected vault experiment and tried to resist. Some attempted to escape to Vault 31. Others turned to cannibalism. The governing council tried to suppress the rebellion, but it was too late. The vault had been dead for years by the time the story begins, which is how raiders were able to infiltrate Vault 33 so easily in the show's opening episodes. Secret Number 73. Vault 31 is the keystone of the entire system, and its secrets are the most disturbing. Unlike Vaults 32 and 33, which housed ordinary residents, Vault 31 contained Vault-Tec executives preserved in cryogenic suspension. A high-ranking Vault-Tec employee named Bud Askins serves as the Vault's overseer from within a robo-brain, waking and sleeping the executives in rotation, sending them into Vaults 32 and 33 to intermarry with the general population. The goal is to breed a generation of people with the managerial instincts and corporate loyalty of Vault-Tec leadership. Super managers, raised from birth to govern and control. It is eugenics dressed up as community planning, and Bud conducts it with the cheerful efficiency of a man who genuinely believes he is saving the world. Secret Number 74. Vault 4 featured in the show's first season. It provides an unexpected twist on the typical Vault narrative. Located somewhere in the wasteland, it initially appears to be a sanctuary. When Lucy and Maximus stumble upon it, they find warm beds, good food, friendly residents, and even complimentary care packages. The welcome is so warm that it feels suspicious, and it should. The Vault's original purpose was to house 80 scientists tasked with experimenting on human-animal hybrids to create radiation-resistant creatures. The experiments were grotesque, involving cryogenic stasis, forced impregnation, and genetic mutation. Eventually, the descendants of the test subjects rebelled, killed the scientists, and took control of the Vault. By the time of the show, Vault 4 has become a genuine haven for surface dwellers, but its lower levels still contain the evidence of what was done there. Secret Number 75. Vault 24. Introduced in the show's second season premiere, she represents a new frontier in Vault-Tec's experiments. The Vault was used to brainwash American citizens into becoming communists. This might sound absurd, but in the context of Fallout's alternate history, where the Cold War never ended and anti-communist paranoia reached fever pitch, the experiment has a chilling logic. If Vault-Tec could demonstrate the ability to reshape political ideology through environmental conditioning, it would possess one of the most powerful tools imaginable, the ability to create enemies on demand. In a post-war world, Vault-Tec could activate pockets of artificially created communists, use them to generate fear, and then sell protection against the very threat it had manufactured. Secret number 76. The television series' second season dramatically expanded the relationship between Vault-Tec and the Enclave. Previous Fallout games had always presented the two organizations as separate entities with occasionally overlapping interests. The show suggests something far more intimate. The Enclave, the deep state shadow government within the United States, may have been controlling Vault-Tec all along. Vault-Tec executive Hank McClane is revealed to be an Enclave operative, carrying a secret Enclave Pip-Boy and working on miniaturized brain-computer interface chips in a hidden Enclave vault. The bombs that ended the world may not have been dropped by Vault-Tec acting alone, but by the Enclave working through Vault-Tec as a front. Secret number 78. Robert House, the genius founder of Robco Industries, who preserved himself inside the Lucky 38 casino in New Vegas, spent decades trying to identify the hidden player at the table, the shadowy figure he believed would initiate nuclear war. Despite his algorithms, his resources, and his centuries of accumulated knowledge, a House could never fully identify this adversary. The show strongly implies that this figure was the leader of the Enclave, someone powerful enough to control both the deep state government and the largest defense corporation in America simultaneously. If this is true, then the Great War was not a geopolitical catastrophe. It was a controlled demolition, orchestrated by someone who wanted to watch the world burn so they could study what grew in the ashes. Secret number 79. So one of the most chilling details from the television series is the character of Bud Askins, the Vault-Tec executive who oversaw the 3-vault system from within a robo-brain body. Bud genuinely believes he is doing the right thing. He is not a cackling villain or a remorseless monster. He is a true believer, a man who has convinced himself that breeding generations of corporate managers through selective intermarriage is the key to rebuilding civilization. His cheerfulness is the most unsettling thing about him. When he speaks to Norm about his plans, his tone is that of a friendly neighbor explaining a home improvement project. The disconnect between his warmth and the horror of what he is describing is the show's most effective commentary on the nature of institutional evil. Secret number 80. The show also reveals that the bombing of Shady Sands, the capital of the new California Republic and one of the most successful post-war communities in the Fallout universe, was carried out by Hank McClane on behalf of Vault-Tec. Shady Sands represented everything Vault-Tec feared, a functioning, independent civilization that had rebuilt itself without Vault-Tec's guidance or control. It proved that humanity could recover on its own terms, without corporate management or social engineering. To Vault-Tec, this was an existential threat. Yet if people could rebuild without the vaults, then the vaults, and by extension Vault-Tec itself, were irrelevant. The bombing of Shady Sands was not an act of war. It was an act of corporate self-preservation, the elimination of a competitor that happened to be an entire civilization. Secret number 81. In the show's second season, Hank McClane is revealed to have been perfecting miniaturized brain-computer interface technology in a secret enclave vault. The device, when implanted in a person without their knowledge, allows the enclave to control their behavior remotely. Hank tells Lucy that these devices are already deployed in the wasteland, embedded in unwitting individuals who carry out orders that were written centuries ago. The people carrying out these orders do not even know they are doing it. They believe their actions are their own choices. This revelation transforms the entire Fallout universe into something even darker than it already was. The wasteland is not just a chaotic aftermath. It is a managed experiment, and the experimenters are still watching. Let that settle over you. Take a breath. Feel the weight of your blanket. We are going to slow down now and move into quieter territory, into the corners of the Fallout universe where the stories are whispered rather than shouted. Part 8. The Fallout Bible and the Vaults We Never Saw. Not every vault made it into a game. Some exist only in design documents, developer notes, yet in supplementary materials. These are the vaults of the margins, the experiments that were planned but never fully realized, the stories that live in the spaces between the games. Secret number 78. The Fallout. Bible is a collection of documents compiled by Chris Avellone, one of the key designers behind Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas. Originally released as a series of installments beginning in January 2002, the Bible contains a wealth of information about the Fallout universe, and including detailed descriptions of vault experiments that never appeared in any game. While the Bible is no longer considered strictly canon by Bethesda, the developer that took over the franchise, many of its details have been referenced or incorporated into later games. It remains an invaluable resource for anyone seeking to understand the deeper lore of the series. Secret number 79. Vault 43, described in the Fallout webcomic One Man and a Crate of Puppets, housed 20 men, yet 10 women, and 1 panther. The comic does not elaborate on the rationale for this arrangement, but the presence of a large predator in a sealed underground environment with limited escape options suggests an experiment in primal fear response and social dynamics under threat. The panther, presumably, did not last long. Or perhaps the people did not last long. The comic leaves the outcome to the imagination. Secret number 80. Vault 70, described in design documents. Lind had its clothing extruders programmed to fail after 6 months. Every item of clothing in the vault would disintegrate half a year after the door sealed, leaving the entire population naked and without the means to produce new garments. The experiment appears to have been testing the social effects of enforced nudity on a community that had grown up in a culture where clothing was deeply tied to identity, status, and modesty. The results are not documented. Some things, perhaps, are better left undocumented. Secret number 81. The Vault-Tec regional headquarters, which can be explored in both Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, contain terminal entries and documents that hint at the existence of many vaults that have never been seen in any game. References to vault numbers in the 40s, 50s, and 60s appear in scattered logs, but their experiments are mentioned only in passing or not at all. Each one represents a story untold, and a community sealed underground with a secret they never knew about, living or dying by the parameters of an experiment they never consented to. Secret number 82. Vault-Tec University in Morgantown, which can be explored in Fallout 76, contains a simulation vault used for training purposes. This mock vault was not designed for any experiment. It was a teaching tool, a place where future vault administrators could practice managing a population before being assigned to a real facility. Walking through its corridors is a strange experience. Everything is clean, functional, and empty. There are no bodies, no terminals full of desperate final entries, no evidence of suffering. It is a vault without a story, and somehow that makes it the eeriest of all. Secret number 83. The cancelled game known as Van Buren, which was Interplay's original version of Fallout 3 before the franchise was sold to Bethesda, would have featured several new vaults. The game was never completed, but design documents have been preserved by the fan community. Among the planned vaults was one designed to study the long-term effects of an unfinished facility on unprepared residents, another that was essentially a prison, and a third that would have served as a hub for the game's main storyline. Van Buren's cancellation is one of the great what-ifs of gaming history, and the vaults it would have shown us remain locked behind doors that will never open. Secret number 86. The Fallout board game, released by Fantasy Flight Games, introduced additional vault concepts that, while not strictly canon, reflect the spirit of the franchise. These included vaults designed around extreme sensory deprivation, vaults where the population was given contradictory instructions, and vaults where the overseer's authority was absolute in theory, but undermined in practice by deliberate sabotage built into the facility's system. Secret number 87. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Fallout Bible is its treatment of Vault-Tec's relationship with the Enclave. According to the Bible, the Enclave had access to all data from the Societal Preservation Program and intended to use it for their own survival. Their ultimate goal was not to rebuild Earth, but to construct a starship capable of carrying a select group of people to another world entirely. And the Vault experiments were designed to provide the data necessary for such a journey. How do humans handle long-term confinement? How do they respond to stress, scarcity, and isolation? What breaks them, and what holds them together? Every vault, from the most benign control group to the most sadistic experiment, was ultimately feeding data to a program designed to abandon Earth forever. Secret number 88. The cancelled Van Buren project would have included a fascinating location called Tibbetts Prison, which was being used by Vault-Tec to test its recycling and water purification systems as early as 2040, long before Project Safehouse officially began. This detail, preserved in design documents, suggests that Vault-Tec was experimenting with underground living technology for decades before the government contract gave them the resources and the mandate to build on a national scale. The prison tests were essentially the proof of concept for the entire Vault system. The inmates were the first test subjects, years before the official program began. Secret number 89. The number of vaults that never appear in any game creates a tantalizing mystery for the fan community. Out of 122 vaults, we know detailed information about perhaps 50 to 60. The rest are blank spaces on the map, numbers without stories. Some fans have spent years filling those gaps with elaborate fan fiction and theoretical experiments, creating detailed dossiers for vaults that Bethesda has never acknowledged. This kind of collaborative world building is one of the most unique aspects of the Fallout community. The gaps in the lore are not seen as failures of storytelling, but as invitations to participate. Secret number 90. The moral philosophy embedded in the Vault experiments raises questions that have no easy answers. If the data gathered from Vault 87's FEV experiments was used to develop treatments that could save millions of lives in the future, would the suffering of the Vault's residents be justified? If Vault 11's sacrifice experiment revealed something genuinely important about human nature, does that knowledge redeem the horror of how it was obtained? The Fallout. Games never answer these questions directly. Instead, they present the evidence and let the player decide. That refusal to moralize, that willingness to sit with discomfort rather than resolve it, is one of the franchise's greatest strengths. Part 9. Easter eggs, hidden details, and vault secrets. The vaults of Fallout are dense with hidden details, developer jokes, and secrets that most players never discover. These are the whispers in the walls, the messages in the margins. Secret number 91. In Fallout 4, the Vault Tech phone number, 18884VAULTTEC, which is longer than a standard American phone number, was a functioning voicemail at launch. If you dialed it on an actual phone, you were greeted by a recording explaining that an unexpected rush of phone calls had overwhelmed the lines. The recording was themed to match the game's world, delivering the message in the same cheerfully sinister tone that Vault Tech used for all its communications. This kind of real-world integration is a hallmark of Bethesda's attention to detail. The game world bleeds into reality, and for a brief moment, the illusion becomes complete. Secret number 92. Todd Howard, the director of Fallout 4, stated at the 2016 DICE Summit that one secret in the game had still never been found. Despite thousands of players dedicating countless hours to scouring every terminal, every hidden room, and every underground tunnel in the Commonwealth, this final secret reportedly remains undiscovered. Whether Howard was being entirely truthful or simply keeping the mystery alive is itself a secret. But the claim has haunted the fan community for years, driving continued exploration of a game that most people assumed had been fully mapped long ago. The idea that something remains hidden, even after a decade of searching, is itself the most Vault Tech thing imaginable, a secret designed to outlast the people looking for it. Secret number 93. In Fallout 3, a Vault 77 jumpsuit can be found in Paradise Falls, the slaver settlement. The jumpsuit is accompanied by a holotape in which a terrified slaver describes finding the jumpsuit and pleads with his companions to destroy it. His voice is trembling. He is convinced that the Puppet Man, the Vault's sole survivor who went mad with only puppets for company, is still out there. The jumpsuit is a reference to the Fallout webcomic One Man and a Crate of Puppets, and its inclusion in the game canonizes the story of Vault 77 within the main franchise timeline. The fact that hardened slavers, people who trade in human misery for a living, are frightened by a single jumpsuit tells you everything you need to know about what the Puppet Man became. Secret number 94. The terminal entries in Vault 92 contain a hidden narrative about Professor Malleus, the Vault's chief musician, who was completely unaware of the white noise. Experiments being conducted around him. His holotapes describe his growing concern as residents begin behaving strangely, but his frustration with the overseer's refusal to investigate, and his eventual realization that something is terribly wrong. By the time he understands what is happening, it is too late. His final holotape is a confession and a warning, left for anyone who might find it in the future. The violin he loved, the Soil Stradivarius, sits silent in the recording studio, waiting for hands that will never come. The player can retrieve it and deliver it to Agatha, his descendant, she who plays the Wasteland's only classical radio station from a tiny, fortified house in the middle of nowhere. That violin's journey, from the hands of a doomed musician to the hands of his great-great-granddaughter, is one of the most quietly beautiful stories in the franchise. Secret number 95. Vault 111 in Fallout 4 contains a unique weapon that most players miss. Inside the Overseer's office, behind a master-level lock, is the Cryolator. An experimental energy weapon that freezes targets solid. The lock is far too difficult for most players to open when they first emerge from the vault, but by the time they return later with higher lock-picking skills, many have forgotten the weapon exists. The Cryolator is a fitting artifact for a vault built around cryogenic preservation, a tool of cold in a place defined by it. Dedicated players have found ways to obtain the weapon early by using their companion Dogmeat to glitch through the locked case, a trick that Bethesda never patched, and that players interpret as a tacit blessing. Secret number 96. The loading screens in Fallout 76 contain cryptic descriptions of vaults that tell their stories in a single sentence. Vault 96's loading screen reads, "Its vast gene banks and cryogenic storage bays were intended to rebuild entire ecosystems in the aftermath of nuclear war." Or so its residents were told. That final phrase, "or so its residents were told," appears repeatedly in the loading screens of experimental vaults, a quiet reminder that every promise Vault Tech ever made came with an asterisk. These loading screen texts are easy to overlook, appearing for just a few seconds while the game processes. But they contain some of the most concise and evocative writing in the franchise. Secret number 97. In Fallout New Vegas, the discovery of Vault 11's final audio log is optional. Many players walk through the vault without finding it, leaving the vault's story incomplete. But those who follow the trail of evidence, reading every terminal entry, listening to every holotape, and piecing together the political factions that tore the community apart, are rewarded with one of the most emotionally devastating moments in the franchise. The audio log plays in the silence of an empty vault, the voices of 5 people trying to decide whether to live or die, and the sound of gunshots that end the debate. Finding it feels less like discovering a secret and more like witnessing a confession. The game does not tell you to look for it. It trusts you to care enough to search. Secret number 98. Teishis 98. The Vault-Tec lunchboxes scattered throughout the Fallout games are not just collectible items. In Fallout 4, they can be used as crafting components, and when opened, they produce a burst of confetti and a small random item, ranging from useful supplies to children's toys. The confetti is a particularly dark touch. These lunchboxes were marketed to children, sold as fun collectibles featuring the smiling Vault Boy mascot. They were the happy face painted over the machinery of doom. And every burst of confetti is a reminder that Vault-Tec packaged the apocalypse as entertainment for kids. In Fallout Shelter, the mobile game, lunchboxes became the primary monetization mechanism, containing random rewards that players could purchase with real money. Vault-Tec has found a way to sell lunchboxes to us, the players, just as it sold them to the fictional residents of pre-war America. The irony is perfect and deliberate. Secret number 99. In Fallout 3, the quest through Vault 87 takes the player past a series of terminal entries written by the Vault's scientists as the FEVIV experiments went wrong. The entries begin with clinical detachment, describing the test subject's transformation in cold, precise language. As the entries progress, the tone shifts. The scientists begin to express doubt, then fear, then outright horror at what they have created. The final entries are desperate. She describing the test subjects breaking free of containment and overrunning the vault. The scientists' last words are not a warning or a plea. They are simply a description of what is happening outside the door. Reading them in sequence is like watching a person's worldview collapse in real time. The slow realization that they are not the ones in control, and that the things they have made will outlive them in the most terrible way possible. Secret number 100. Yet the Pip-Boy devices issued to Vault dwellers contain a small detail that most players never notice. Each Pip-Boy is assigned a specific serial number tied to the vault it was manufactured for. In Fallout 4, the player's Pip-Boy displays data about Vault 111, including the status of other cryogenic pods. If you check the individual pod readings after emerging, you can confirm that every other resident is dead. The system monitored their decline in real time, yet recording the exact moment each pod failed, and it did nothing. It was not programmed to save them. It was programmed to count them. Each death is logged with the same clinical precision as a temperature reading or a pressure gauge. The machine does not mourn. It does not intervene. It simply notes the event and moves on to the next data point. If there is a single image that captures the essence of Vault-Tec, it is this: a screen full of flat-lined vital signs, recorded with perfect accuracy, they understood by no one. Part 10. The Legacy of the Vaults. We have traveled a long way tonight, through steel corridors and frozen chambers, past ghosts and ghouls and Gary clones mumbling their own name in the dark. We have read the terminal entries of people who knew they were doomed, and the cheerful memoranda of corporations that did not care. Now, as we approach the end of this journey, let us step back and consider what all of these stories mean, not just within the world of Fallout, but beyond it. Every vault tells a story. Some are stories of cruelty, designed by people who viewed human beings as variables in an equation. Some are stories of resilience, communities that survived against odds that should have been impossible. And some are stories of failure, experiments that achieved nothing except suffering. The vault concept has been analyzed by scholars, essayists, and game designers. As a metaphor for institutional abuse, corporate malfeasance, and the way power structures exploit vulnerable populations. The vaults are not just game locations. They are thought experiments about trust, authority, and what happens when both are betrayed. Every time a player descends into a vault and reads the terminal entries, they are participating in a kind of moral archaeology, digging through the remains of a society that was murdered by its own protectors. The influence of the vault concept extends far beyond the Fallout franchise. The idea of sealed underground communities with hidden agendas has appeared in dozens of games, films, and television shows since Fallout first popularized it in 1997. The concept resonates because it speaks to something deeply human: the desire for safety, the fear of confinement, and the suspicion that the people promising to protect us might not have our best interests at heart. Every real-world bunker built by a billionaire, every emergency preparedness plan issued by a government agency, it carries an echo of Vault-Tec's promise. Safety is never free. Someone always decides who gets saved and who does not. The Fallout community has spent decades cataloging, analyzing, and theorizing about vaults that have never been fully explored. Fan wikis contain entries for every known vault number, cross-referenced with games, design documents, and developer interviews. Some vaults have never been mentioned in any source, and their numbers exist only as gaps in the list, blank spaces that fans fill with their own theories. These missing vaults are perhaps the most fascinating of all, because they represent the limits of the story. For every horror we have seen, there may be one we have not. For every vault we have explored, there are dozens that remain sealed, their stories unwritten, their experiments unknown. The moral weight of the vaults extends beyond the games themselves. The Fallout television series has brought the vault stories to a new audience, as many of whom had never played the games. Viewers who entered the franchise through Lucy McLean's journey in Vault 33 have been confronted with the same questions that gamers have been wrestling with for decades. What would you do if you discovered that everything you believed was a lie? How would you respond to the revelation that your safety came at the cost of someone else's suffering? How do you move forward when the foundation of your entire life turns out to be rotten? These are not abstract questions. They are the questions that define the Fallout franchise, and the vaults are where they are asked most directly. The fact that the franchise continues to find new ways to explore these questions, nearly 3 decades after the first game was released, speaks to the depth of the concept. Tim Kane's original idea that the vaults should be experiments rather than simple shelters was a stroke of genius that gave the franchise an inexhaustible well of stories to draw from. Every new vault is a new question. Every new experiment is a new mirror held up to the player. And every new answer is as complicated and uncomfortable as the one before it. Vault-Tec's greatest secret might be that it succeeded, not in saving humanity, not in building a better world, but in doing exactly what it set out to do. The experiments gathered data, the control vaults provided baselines. The Enclave received its information, and the people who designed the system, the executives who signed the orders, the scientists who carried them out, the overseers who kept the secrets, all of them did their jobs. The system worked perfectly. It was just designed to do something monstrous. The machinery ran smoothly. The gears turned without friction. The reports were filed on time. The only flaw in the system was the thing it was built to do. And here is the final thought. Oh, the one that ties everything together. The vaults of Fallout are not just shelters or laboratories or prisons. They are mirrors. They show us what we are capable of when we are afraid, when we are desperate, when we are given power over others, and when we are forced to choose between survival and morality. Every vault asks the same question in a different way. What would you do? Some vaults answer that question with heroism. As Vault 81's overseer chose to protect her residents instead of following orders. Vault 94's pacifists chose to extend a hand to the wasteland, even when it was dangerous. The 5 survivors of Vault 11 chose to stop killing, even though they believed it would cost them their lives. These are acts of courage that deserve to be remembered. Others answer it with horror. Vault 87's scientists chose to inject their neighbors with a virus that turned them into monsters. Vault 92's overseer chose to continue the white noise experiments even after people started dying. Vault 112's Braun chose to torment helpless people for 2 centuries because he could. These are acts of cruelty that also deserve to be remembered because they remind us what happens when conscience is abandoned in the name of duty or science, or simply because no one is watching. Most vaults answer the question with something in between, a messy, human, a complicated mixture of courage and cowardice, kindness and cruelty, hope and despair. The residents of Vault 101 lived in blissful ignorance for generations, neither heroes nor villains, just people doing their best within a system they did not understand. The dwellers of Vault 3 were decent people who made the mistake of trusting the wrong strangers. The scientists of Vault 22 were brilliant researchers who never realized that the thing they were studying was already inside them. And that, perhaps, is the most uncomfortable truth of all. The vaults are not science fiction. They are us, sealed underground and turned inward, discovering what we look like when the door is closed and no one is watching. They are the stories we tell ourselves about what we would do in impossible situations, and the honest, sometimes terrible answer to those stories is, we do not know until we are there. The wasteland is quiet now. The stories have been told. 100 secrets, pulled from the dust and the data, and the darkness, laid out one by one as the night deepened around us. If you are still awake, I hope these stories gave you something to think about, something to carry with you into tomorrow, or into your next playthrough, or into the quiet moments between sleeping and waking. And if you have drifted off somewhere between Vault 11 and Vault 77, between the Gary clones and the Puppet Man, between the boardroom where the apocalypse was planned and the empty corridors where it was endured, that is perfectly fine. The wasteland will still be here when you wake up. The vaults will still be sealed. The stories will still be waiting. Either way, thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for spending this time with me. Down in the dark, yet where the fluorescent lights hum and the ventilation systems whisper and the terminal screens glow with words that nobody was ever supposed to read. If you enjoyed this journey through the vaults, go ahead and hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It means more than you know. Every subscriber, every like, every comment helps us keep making these deep dives into the worlds we love. We have so many more stories to tell, so many more corners of the gaming universe to explore, and having you here makes every one of them worth telling. I will see you in the next one. Until then, stay safe out there in the wasteland. Keep your Pip-Boy charged. Keep your eyes open. And whatever you do, if someone in a blue jumpsuit offers you a spot in an underground shelter, maybe read the fine print first. Good night.
I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I hope you guys are actually sleeping right now, not actually listening to my voice. But if you did enjoy the video and you're awake, then make sure to hit that subscribe button and give me some feedback. Alright, peace out, boys. Hey, what is going on, everyone? Tonight we got Fallout Mysteries for you to fall asleep to. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and watch till the end.
Hey there. Welcome back. Go ahead and get comfortable. Pull the blanket up, dim the lights, let the glow of the screen be the only thing guiding you tonight. Because we are going somewhere familiar and strange all at once. We are heading into the wasteland, not to fight, not to survive, but just to wonder. To sit with the questions that the Fallout universe has been whispering to us for decades now. 25 of them, in fact. 25 mysteries that have kept players awake at night, scrolling through forums, rewatching old lore videos, digging through terminal entries and holotapes, trying to piece together truths that might not even have answers. And that is the beautiful thing about Fallout. It is not a world that hands you everything neatly wrapped. It is a world where you stumble across a skeleton in a cave and find journal entries next to it that make you feel more emotion than 100 cutscenes ever could. It is a world where an entire corporation built bunkers for the end of the world, and the bunkers themselves were the real horror. It is a world where a man in a trench coat shows up out of nowhere, fires a single shot from a revolver, and then vanishes like smoke. And nobody in over 200 years of in-game history can explain who he is or where he goes. So tonight, we are not rushing through anything. We are going to let each mystery breathe. Yea, we are going to walk through the rusted corridors and overgrown ruins of the Fallout universe at a pace that feels right for falling asleep to. Some of these mysteries are well known. You have probably heard whispers of a few. Others sit in the quieter corners of the franchise, tucked into DLC content or buried in terminal entries that most players walk right past. But all of them share one thing in common. They do not have clean, tidy answers. And that is what makes them so perfect for a night like this. Before we start, if you enjoy this kind of content, long form, detailed, the kind of stuff you can put on and just drift off to, go ahead and hit that subscribe button and leave a like. It genuinely helps the channel more than you would think. But for now, settle in. The wasteland is waiting. And it has questions it has been holding on to for a very, very long time. Let us begin. Some mystery. Number 1. Who fired first, and why did the world end? This is the big one, the foundational question that sits underneath everything in the Fallout universe like bedrock. On October 23rd, 2077, the world ended. Nuclear warheads launched from silos across nations, and within the span of roughly 2 hours, civilization as humanity knew it was incinerated. The bombs fell, the sky burned, and in the aftermath, those who survived crawled out of the ashes into a world that no longer recognized them. But here is the thing. for the longest time, across 6 mainline games and numerous spin-offs and DLC expansions, no one definitively answered the most basic question of the entire franchise. Who pushed the button first? Was it China? Was it the United States? Was it some rogue actor, some third party, some miscalculation in an automated defense network? The games have always danced around the answer, either presenting fragments and contradictions and conflicting accounts, as if the truth of the matter was buried under the same rubble as everything else. Let us walk through what we know, slowly, because the details matter here. The geopolitical situation before the Great War was a powder keg soaked in gasoline. The Fallout universe diverged from our own timeline somewhere around the middle of the 20th century. In their version of history, the transistor was never miniaturized the way it was in ours. Technology took a different path. Instead of the sleek, compact electronics we know, the Fallout world developed massive vacuum tube computers, nuclear-powered cars, and a retro-futuristic aesthetic that looks like the 1950s never stopped dreaming about tomorrow. But underneath that chrome and pastel exterior, the same human problems festered. Resources were dwindling, oil was running out, and nations that had spent decades posturing at each other finally ran out of reasons not to pull the trigger. The resource wars dominated the decades leading up to 2077. Europe and the Middle East devastated each other, fighting over the last oil reserves. The United Nations dissolved entirely in 2052, unable to broker peace in a world where every nation was scrambling for survival. China invaded Alaska in 2066 to secure its oil pipeline, and the United States retaliated, eventually reclaiming the territory, but at enormous cost. The annexation of Canada by the United States followed. Images of American soldiers in power armor executing Canadian protesters broadcast on national television back home, a chilling preview of what unchecked authority looked like in a world already teetering on the edge. And behind all of this, in the shadows, something else was happening. The United States government, through agencies and contractors operating in classified facilities, was developing biological weapons, specifically the Forced Evolutionary Virus, or FEV. This was an artificial pathogen designed to fundamentally alter human biology, originally conceived as a way to create super soldiers immune to any biological or chemical attack. The research was conducted at the West Tech facility and later moved to the Mariposa military base in California when things got too sensitive for even a corporate lab. For years, the community debated endlessly about who shot first. The original Fallout games, created by Tim Kaine and the team at Interplay, deliberately left this ambiguous. The opening narration of the first Fallout game states plainly that the details of the war are trivial and pointless, that the reasons were purely human ones. It was almost dismissive, as if the game itself was telling you that the cause of the apocalypse mattered less than what you did in the aftermath. But in October 2023, something changed. Tim Kaine, the co-creator of the original Fallout, sat down for a long interview with a well-known lore content creator. And during that conversation, almost casually, Kaine revealed something that sent shockwaves through the community. According to Kaine, the reason the United States was nuked was because of the FEV. China discovered that the U.S. was developing illegal biological weapons. They demanded the program be stopped. The U.S. agreed publicly. But all they actually did was move the research to a different facility. They did not stop. They just relocated. And when China found out about the deception, the situation escalated beyond any diplomatic recovery. Now, this is where it gets complicated. Kane was sharing his original vision for the franchise, the story as he had conceived it before the series changed hands multiple times. Whether current developers at Bethesda consider this canon is another question entirely. The Fallout television series on Amazon has introduced its own wrinkles into the narrative, suggesting that Vault-Tec itself may have played a role in triggering the Great War, possibly even deliberately engineering the nuclear exchange to ensure their vaults and their experiments would proceed as planned. In the show, there is a boardroom scene where representatives of the largest pre-war corporations are essentially dividing up the post-apocalyptic world among themselves, so each vault serving as a laboratory for a different company's agenda. So the mystery deepens rather than resolving. Was it China retaliating against American bioweapons development? Was it the U.S. striking first out of paranoia? Was it Vault-Tec, the corporation that built the bunkers, engineering the very disaster they claimed to be protecting people from? Or was it some combination of all three? Was a cascade of failures and manipulations that converged on that single October morning when the sirens started screaming and never stopped? The brilliance of this mystery is that Fallout uses it as a mirror. The game is not really asking who pushed the button. It is asking whether it matters. Because the answer, as the franchise repeatedly shows us, is that the same impulses that led to the Great War are alive and well in the wasteland. And the NCR replicates the bureaucratic excesses of the old government. Caesar's Legion builds an empire on slavery and conquest. The Brotherhood of Steel hoards technology like a jealous dragon sitting on gold. The Institute replaces people with synthetic copies and calls it progress. The bombs did not change human nature. They just cleared the stage for the same play to be performed again. And so, more than 200 years after the last warhead detonated, the question of who fired first remains unanswered in any definitive, universally accepted way. It is the wound at the center of the Fallout universe, the original sin that everything else flows from. And maybe that is exactly how it should be, because in the real world, the causes of catastrophe are rarely clean. They are messy, overlapping, contradictory. They are the product of fear and greed and miscalculation, and the terrifying momentum of systems too large for any single person to control. But rest easy, knowing that at least in this world, the bombs have not fallen. But in the Fallout universe, that question hangs in the irradiated air like the faint hum of a Geiger counter. Who fired first? We may never truly know. And perhaps that is the most unsettling answer of all. Mystery number 2. The mysterious stranger. There is a figure in the Fallout universe who has been appearing since the very first game in 1997. He has shown up in every single mainline entry in the franchise, and he has been spotted in the wastes of Southern California, the ruins of Washington, D.C., the Mojave Desert, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and the hills of Appalachia. He wears a trench coat, he carries a revolver, and he has never once explained who he is, where he comes from, or why he does what he does. His name if you can call it that, is the Mysterious Stranger. In gameplay terms, the Mysterious Stranger is tied to a perk. If your character selects it, there is a chance that during combat, specifically during the slow motion targeting system known as VATS, this man will materialize out of thin air, fire a devastating shot from his handgun, and then vanish before the dust settles. He appears, he kills, and he disappears. No footsteps approaching, no footsteps leaving. Just a brief guitar sting, a flash of gunfire, and then nothing. Now, at first glance, this might seem like a fun gameplay mechanic and nothing more. Oh, a little bonus for choosing a particular perk. But over the course of multiple games spanning decades of in-game time, Bethesda and Obsidian have slowly layered in details that elevate the Mysterious Stranger from a quirky game feature into one of the most genuinely puzzling characters in the entire franchise. Let us start with what we know for certain. In the original Fallout and its sequel, the Mysterious Stranger was relatively straightforward. If you took the perk, a random wastelander in combat gear might show up during a fight and lend a hand. They could be male or female. They wore standard wasteland equipment. They were mortal, meaning if they took enough damage during the encounter, they could die and would never return. There was no mystique to them beyond the name. They were just helpful strangers who appeared at convenient moments. But when Bethesda took over the franchise with Fallout 3, the Mysterious Stranger was reimagined into something far more enigmatic. Now he was always male. He always wore the same dirty yellow trench coat and fedora. He always carried the same weapon, a unique variant of the standard .44 Magnum revolver. And crucially, he was now immortal within the game's systems. He could not be killed. He appeared only during VATS sequences, meaning the player could never interact with him directly. He would materialize, deliver his lethal assistance, and then simply cease to exist, as if he had stepped behind a curtain that no one else could see. In Fallout New Vegas, Obsidian Entertainment added an intriguing thread. Out in the Mojave Desert, east of El Dorado Dry Lake, you can find a man sitting by the roadside playing a guitar. He calls himself the Lonesome Drifter. He is a wanderer, a musician, a man searching for meaning in a world that does not offer much of it. And if you talk to him, really talk to him, exhausting every dialogue option, he will mention his father. He will describe him as a mysterious man, a stranger to his own family, a man who one day simply left and never came back. The Lonesome Drifter carries a unique .44 Magnum called the Mysterious Magnum. When you draw the weapon, the same guitar riff that accompanies the Mysterious Stranger's appearances plays softly. When you holster it, another note sounds. The connection is unmistakable. The Lonesome Drifter is, almost certainly, the son of the Mysterious Stranger, which means the stranger is, or was, a real person. He had a family. He had a wife and a child. And he left them behind to do whatever it is he does, in the shadows of the wasteland. Fallout 4 took things even further. In Diamond City, the synthetic detective Nick Valentine has an office filled with case files. If you look carefully, you will find a case file dedicated to the Mysterious Stranger. Nick has been investigating him. Well, the notes describe multiple confirmed sightings across different times and locations, sightings that span far longer than any normal human lifespan should allow. Nick cannot determine whether the stranger is one man, multiple men using the same disguise, a ghoul whose aging has been halted by radiation, or something else entirely. What Nick does conclude is that the stranger is, functionally, a serial killer. An exceptionally skilled one, yet with combat training that surpasses anything Nick has encountered, but a killer whose targets always seem to be hostile, who only appears to help people in danger. The companion dialogue in Fallout 4 adds another layer. If the mysterious stranger appears while Nick Valentine is traveling with you, Nick will react with visible shock and frustration. He recognizes the man. He has been trying to solve this case. And yet the stranger vanishes before Nick can get any answers, leaving the detective muttering to himself about the one case he cannot crack. So, what are the theories? They range from the mundane to the genuinely strange. Some fans believe the mysterious stranger is simply a lineage, a family tradition passed down through generations, father to son, each one taking up the coat and the gun and the mission. That would explain the changing appearance across games and the long time span. Others suggest he is a ghoul, one of the irradiated humans whose bodies stop aging, allowing him to persist across centuries while maintaining his human appearance through careful grooming or some unknown treatment. More outlandish theories propose that the stranger is supernatural in some way, a ghost perhaps, bound to the wasteland by some unfinished purpose, or a manifestation of some psychic phenomenon, given that Fallout's universe does include confirmed psychic abilities in certain individuals. Mama Murphy in Fallout 4 can genuinely see the future when she takes chems. The forecaster in New Vegas sells you thought readings that turn out to be eerily accurate. Psychic phenomena exist in this world. Could the mysterious stranger be a projection of the player character's own subconscious survival instincts, given physical form by some quirk of the post-nuclear world? And then there is the most unsettling theory of all. In Fallout 76, set only 25 years after the Great War, yet the mysterious stranger already appears. He is already wearing the coat, already carrying the gun, already vanishing without explanation. That means he has been doing this since the very beginning of the post-apocalyptic era, possibly even before the bombs fell. If he is the same man, he has been active for over 200 years. If he is multiple men, the tradition started almost immediately after the end of the world, which raises its own questions about who started it and why. Though the franchise has never given us a definitive answer, and honestly, that is what makes the mysterious stranger so perfect. He exists at the intersection of gameplay mechanic and genuine narrative mystery. He is a question that the games keep asking, but never answer. Who is he? Why does he help? Where does he go? And the silence that follows those questions is more compelling than any explanation could ever be. So the next time you are in VATS and you hear that faint guitar riff, that soft announcement that help has arrived from nowhere, take a moment to wonder, who is this man? What drives him? And what would the wasteland look like without him? We will probably never know. And maybe that is the whole point. Mystery number 3, the Dunwich Horror and the Lovecraftian underbelly of Fallout. There is a building in the southwest corner of Fallout 3's capital wasteland that most players stumble upon by accident. It is isolated, i.e., far from any settlement or point of interest, sitting alone in a blasted landscape of rocks and dead earth. From the outside, it looks like any other ruined pre-war structure, maybe a former office building, maybe some kind of corporate headquarters. Nothing about it screams danger, not at first glance. Its name is the Dunwich Building, and what waits inside is one of the most genuinely unsettling experiences in the entire Fallout franchise. Let me set the scene for you. You push through the front door and immediately something feels wrong. The lighting is different here. The shadows are deeper, longer, more deliberate. The usual ambient sounds of the wasteland, the distant wind, the creaking of old metal, are replaced by something else entirely. There are whispers, faint just below the threshold of comprehension, like someone is speaking in a language you almost recognize but cannot quite parse. Objects in the environment move on their own. Doors creak open as you pass them, not because of wind or structural instability, but as if something is watching you and opening the way forward. The building is home to feral ghouls, which is not unusual in the Fallout universe. Ghouls are humans whose bodies were ravaged by radiation, their skin peeling away, their minds often deteriorating into feral madness. But the ghouls in the Dunwich Building are different. They are congregated deeper in the structure than you would normally find them. They seem to be drawn to something below, something in the earth beneath the foundation. As you descend through the building's levels, you find audio logs left behind by a man named Jaime Palabras. Jaime was tracking his father, who had disappeared heading south carrying what Jaime described as a strange, blood-stained book made of unusual leather. The father was obsessed with this book, driven by it, and Jaime followed his trail all the way to the Dunwich Building. The audio logs chart Jamie's descent, not just physical, but mental. Each recording is more frantic, more confused, more consumed by something he cannot name. By the final log, Jaime is barely coherent. He is raving about temples, about feasts, about the return of someone called Alhazred. He is speaking in fragments that do not connect to anything rational. And then you find him. In the deepest chamber of the Dunwich Building, a place called the Virulent Underchambers, you encounter an obelisk. Yet it is not human construction. It does not look like anything else in the Fallout universe. It is a dark, organic-looking pillar covered in tendrils, with what appears to be a human figure merged into the stone, as if someone was absorbed by the structure itself. Skulls line its base. The air around it hums with an energy that your Pip-Boy registers as radiation, but feels like something else entirely. And near the obelisk, you find Jaime, now a feral ghoul, worshipping at its base, along with the other ghouls who have gathered here over the centuries. If you listen carefully near the obelisk, you can hear a voice. It repeats names. Alhazred, sometimes another name, which sounds like it could be something ancient and unpronounceable. The name Alhazred is a direct reference to Abdul Alhazred, the fictional author of the Necronomicon in the writings of Howard Phillips Lovecraft, the early 20th century horror author whose work defined an entire genre of cosmic horror. The Dunwich Building itself is named after Lovecraft's story, The Dunwich Horror, a tale about a family in rural Massachusetts that communicates with entities from beyond the veil of human understanding. This is where the mystery truly begins. Because the Dunwich Building is not a one-off reference, it is the beginning of a thread that Bethesda has been weaving through multiple Fallout games. yea, a thread that suggests something genuinely supernatural exists in this universe, something that cannot be explained by radiation or FEV or any of the scientific frameworks the games usually rely on. In Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC, you encounter a quest called The Dark Heart of Blackhall. In it, you meet Obadiah Blackhall, a descendant of a family with deep ties to the occult. He asks you to retrieve a book called the Krivbekni, a tome of ritual power that has been stolen from his family. The name itself reads as something pulled from Lovecraft's invented mythologies. If you choose to take the book from Blackhall rather than returning it to him, you can bring it to the obelisk in the Dunwich building and burn it. The obelisk reacts. The ghouls in the chamber become hostile. Something in the air shifts. The game gives you no explanation for what just happened, no pop-up text explaining the mechanics. It simply allows you to perform what is essentially a ritual and then moves on. Cut content from the Point Lookout DLC reveals even more. Obadiah Blackhall's family was connected to a man named Richard Dunwich, the founder of the Dunwich Borers Corporation. This corporation appears again in Fallout 4, where you can visit one of their quarries in the Commonwealth. The Dunwich Borers Quarry in Fallout 4 is another horror experience. As you descend into the mine, you experience flashbacks to pre-war times. You see workers going about their business, and then the scene shifts. You see a man with a knife standing before a group of kneeling, handcuffed people. A ritual sacrifice, conducted in the depths of a marble quarry, hidden from the world above. When the flashback ends, the kneeling figures have become feral ghouls. You fight your way deeper into the mine, hearing rumbling and footsteps from below, sounds with no visible source. At the very bottom, in a pool of dark water, you can see the partially exposed face of a massive stone figure. It is clearly not natural. What it appears to be the representation of some kind of entity, something that the Dunwich Corporation was trying to unearth. Terminal entries in the quarry confirm that the executives knew exactly what they were looking for. The mining operation was a front. They were digging for something ancient, something connected to the same force that the obelisk in the Dunwich building served. Fallout 76 continues the thread with the Interloper, a massive organic structure found at the bottom of the Lucky Hole mine in Appalachia. It is a towering, fleshy monument surrounded by the same stone faces that appear in the Dunwich Borers Quarry in Fallout 4. A cult of robed figures worships it in the darkness. The Interloper pulses with an energy that defies explanation. And once again, the game offers no clear answers about what it is or where it came from. The entity referenced across all these locations appears to be called Ug Qualtoth, a name that follows the naming conventions of Lovecraft's fictional pantheon, beings like Yog Sothoth and Nyarlathotep. The Dunwich family, the Blackhall family, and unnamed cults across Appalachia all seem to worship or serve this entity. It predates the Great War. It predates the Fallout universe's version of modern civilization. Whatever it is, it has been sleeping in the earth for a very long time, and the various human agents working on its behalf have been trying to wake it up. And this raises a genuinely profound question for the Fallout universe. Is the supernatural real in this world? Fallout is, on its surface, a science fiction franchise. Radiation creates mutations. Technology creates robots and synthetic humans. The weirdness of the wasteland has scientific explanations, even if those explanations are stretched thin. But the Dunwich mystery does not fit neatly into that framework. The obelisk, the flashbacks, the entity in the water, the interloper, none of these can be easily explained by radiation or FEV or pre-war technology. They suggest that there are forces in the Fallout universe that exist outside the bounds of science, forces that are ancient and patient and hungry. Bethesda has never confirmed or denied this. They keep adding to the Dunwich lore with each new game, deepening the mystery without resolving it. And that restraint is what makes it so effective. Because the moment you explain the horror, it stops being horrifying. The moment you give the monster a name and a weakness and a stat block, it becomes just another enemy to fight. But as long as the Dunwich mystery remains unexplained, as long as that obelisk keeps humming in the dark and those stone faces keep staring up from the water, it retains its power to unsettle. So if you ever find yourself wandering the far corners of the wasteland, and you come across a building that feels wrong, a mine that goes too deep, a cave that whispers when it should be silent, maybe turn around, or maybe go deeper. The choice has always been yours. But whatever you find at the bottom, do not expect the game to explain it. Some mysteries in Fallout are not meant to be solved. They are meant to be feared. Mystery number 4, Vault-Tec and the true purpose of the vaults. If there is one image that defines the Fallout franchise in the popular imagination, it is the vault door, that massive circular gear-shaped barrier of steel, hydraulics, and engineering, designed to seal the chosen few away from nuclear fire and protect them until the surface is safe again. Vault-Tec, the corporation that designed and built these underground shelters, marketed them as humanity's best hope for survival. Their advertising was ubiquitous in pre-war America. Cheerful mascots, bright colors, families smiling as they descended into safety. The message was simple and comforting. When the worst happens, we will be ready. But the vaults were never about saving people. This is one of the earliest and most disturbing revelations in the Fallout franchise, and it has only grown more complex and troubling with each new game. Of the 122 known Vault-Tec vaults scattered across the continental United States, only 17 were what the company internally classified as control vaults. These were the vaults that actually functioned as advertised, properly stocked, properly maintained, all designed to genuinely preserve human life through the nuclear apocalypse and beyond. 17 out of 122. The remaining 105 were experiments. Each vault was assigned a specific variable, a unique twist designed to test some aspect of human behavior, physiology, or psychology under extreme conditions. The residents of these vaults were test subjects. They did not know this. They went underground believing they were being saved, and they sealed themselves in with their families, their neighbors, their communities, trusting that the corporation they had paid handsomely for a spot in the vault would keep its promise. And then the experiments began. Let us walk through some of them, because the scale and creativity of Vault-Tec's cruelty is central to understanding this mystery. Vault 11, found in the Mojave Wasteland in Fallout New Vegas, was designed around a single directive. Each year, the vault's inhabitants were required to select one person to be sacrificed. The vault's computer system would accept the sacrifice, and allow life to continue for another year. If the residents refused to comply, the computer would supposedly execute everyone. This was a social experiment in the purest and most terrifying sense. Vault-Tec wanted to see how a community would organize itself around the ritual killing of one of its own members. Would they draw lots? Would they hold elections? Would they descend into political factions, each one trying to ensure that someone from the opposing group was chosen? The answer, as you discover through the holotapes and terminal entries scattered throughout the vault, is all of the above. Vault 11's social structure collapsed into a vicious political machine, where election to the position of overseer was essentially a death sentence, as the overseer was traditionally the one sacrificed. Blackmail, coercion, sexual exploitation, and outright murder became the tools of political survival. By the time the vault's population had dwindled to just 5 survivors, they finally made the decision that should have been made at the beginning. They refused to sacrifice anyone. And the vault's computer responded with a recorded message. It congratulated them. It told them that their commitment to human life was a shining example. It informed them that no one was ever going to be killed by the system. So the entire experiment was a test to see how long it would take the residents to refuse. The vault door opened. Freedom was offered. 4 of the 5 survivors chose to take their own lives rather than live with what they had done. The 5th walked out into the wasteland alone. Vault 112, found beneath Smith Casey's garage in the Capitol Wasteland, was a virtual reality experiment. Its residents were placed in pods and connected to a simulation run by Dr. Stanislaus Braun, at the vault's overseer and one of the pre-war world's most brilliant scientific minds. The simulation was supposed to provide a perfect life, an idealized version of pre-war suburban America, where the residents could live in comfort while the world above healed. Instead, Braun used the simulation as his personal playground. He created a neighborhood called Tranquility Lane, a saccharine 1950s suburb, and within it, he tortured the residents endlessly. Yet he appeared in the simulation as a little girl named Betty, orchestrating elaborate scenarios of humiliation, pain, and death. When a resident died in the simulation, Braun would wipe their memory and start the cycle again. For over 200 years, the people of Vault 112 were trapped in an endless loop of torment, their bodies kept alive by the pods, while their minds were broken and rebuilt and broken again. Vault 87, located in the Capitol Wasteland, was the site of the Evolutionary Experimentation Program, where Vault-Tec, in cooperation with the U.S. military, tested the forced evolutionary virus on unwitting vault dwellers. The residents were taken one by one from the general population, told they were receiving routine medical treatment, and then exposed to aerosolized FEV in sealed chambers. Within days, their bodies began to change. Muscle mass increased uncontrollably, bone structure warped, skin thickened and changed color, and in most cases, higher brain function deteriorated or ceased entirely. The subjects became super mutants, the hulking, aggressive creatures that plague the Capitol Wasteland throughout Fallout 3. And when the test subjects finally broke free from their containment, they overran the vault, turning every remaining human resident into one of their own. Vault 108, the Gary Vault, was a cloning experiment. scientists within the vault repeatedly cloned a single resident named Gary, producing dozens of copies. Each clone became progressively more unstable and violent, until the vault was overrun by hostile Gary clones, each one capable of saying only their own name. If you enter this vault in Fallout 3, you will hear the name Gary echoing through the corridors, spoken in tones ranging from curious to enraged, as the clones hunt you through the darkness. Vault 22, located in the Mojave Wasteland, it was a biological research facility that experimented with genetically modified plant life. The plants eventually released spores that infected the vault's residents, slowly transforming them into mindless, hostile creatures covered in fungal growth. The survivors who escaped the vault became cannibals, preying on other wastelanders to survive. Vault 92, in the capital Wasteland, recruited some of the nation's most talented musicians, with the promise of preserving the arts through the apocalypse. Yet in reality, the vault's overseer used subliminal messaging embedded in white noise to attempt to create obedient soldiers. The experiment failed catastrophically. The residents became increasingly violent and paranoid until they slaughtered each other. And then there is Vault 77, known only through a holotape found in the wasteland. A single resident, sealed alone. His only companions were a crate full of puppets. He lasted 2 years before his sanity broke completely. He eventually emerged from the vault and became so feared in the wasteland that even the slavers of Paradise Falls gave him a wide berth. The question that sits at the center of all of this is not whether Vault-Tec was evil. That much is obvious. The question is why. What was the purpose of these experiments? What data were they collecting, and for whom? The original explanation, established in Fallout 2 and expanded in the Fallout Bible supplementary material, was that the experiments were designed to simulate the conditions of long-duration space travel. The Enclave, the shadow government that considered itself the true continuation of the United States, had plans to leave Earth entirely and colonize another planet. The Vault experiments would provide data on how human populations behaved under various extreme conditions. Data that would be invaluable for planning a generation ship or colony vessel. But the Amazon television series has complicated this picture considerably. In the show, the Vault experiments are revealed to be the product of multiple corporations, each one purchasing the right to run their own experiment in exchange for funding Vault-Tec's construction efforts. The pharmaceutical company gets a vault to test drugs. The weapons manufacturer gets a vault to study combat behavior. The robotics company gets a vault to test automation. The vaults are not just experiments. They are products. They are investment opportunities. The suffering of the people inside is a commodity being sold to the highest bidder. And Vault-Tec itself may have engineered the Great War to ensure the experiments actually happened. The show strongly implies that the company, through its leadership, actively worked to trigger the nuclear exchange, ensuring that their vaults would be needed, their experiments would proceed, and their vision for the post-apocalyptic future would be the one that prevailed. This is the deepest mystery of Vault-Tec, not the individual experiments, as horrifying as they are, but the meta-question. Did the people who built the shelters also build the disaster? Did the corporation that promised to save humanity from the end of the world also cause the end of the world? And if so, what does that say about the nature of power and the lengths to which those who hold it will go to keep it. And the vaults are tombs. They always were. And the people sealed inside were never survivors. They were specimens. The mystery is not what happened in the vaults. The mystery is whether anyone in the Fallout universe will ever fully reckon with what that means. Mystery. Number 5. What happened to the rest of the world? Every Fallout game takes place in the former United States of America. The original games were set in Southern California. Fallout 3 took us to Washington, D.C. New Vegas was set in the Mojave Desert. Fallout 4 brought us to Boston. Fallout 76 dropped us into the hills of West Virginia. And the Amazon television series continues to operate within America's borders. But the Great War was global. The bombs fell everywhere. Nuclear warheads launched from silos across multiple continents, targeting cities and military installations around the world. The destruction was not limited to North America. It was planetary. And yet, in over 25 years of franchise history, we have received almost no information about what happened to the rest of the world. We know some things, in fragments. Europe tore itself apart during the Resource Wars, fighting over the last oil reserves from the Middle East. By the time the bombs fell, the European Commonwealth had already fractured into squabbling nation-states, many of which had been devastated by conventional warfare long before the nuclear exchange. What the Middle East was likely a wasteland well before October 2077, its oil fields exhausted and its cities already in ruins from decades of conflict. China was America's primary adversary and presumably a primary target. We know that Chinese forces invaded Alaska, that the United States eventually drove them back, and that the two nations were in a state of active war when the bombs launched. China almost certainly suffered the same level of devastation as the United States, if not worse. But we have no details, no stories from Chinese survivors, no exploration of what the Chinese wasteland looks like, what factions have emerged, what mutations the radiation produced in Asian ecosystems. The Soviet Union, or whatever its Fallout equivalent was, remains a near total blank. We know nuclear weapons were launched by multiple nations, but the specific role of Russia in the Great War is never explained. Africa, South America, Southeast Asia, Australia, all of these regions are complete unknowns. Did they suffer direct nuclear strikes, or were they destroyed by the cascading effects of nuclear winter, electromagnetic pulses, and the collapse of global supply chains? Are there pockets of civilization in places that were not directly targeted? Did some nations survive with their infrastructure partially intact? Tim Kaine, the co-creator of the franchise, he had mentioned in interviews that he had originally envisioned eventually letting players explore other countries in sequels. He talked about the research that would be needed to authentically portray places like China and Russia in the 1950s retro-futuristic style that defines Fallout. But those games were never made, at least not by Kaine's team, and the franchise under Bethesda's stewardship has shown no interest in leaving American soil. The fan community has speculated endlessly on the Fallout. London Mod, an ambitious total conversion for Fallout 4, imagines what the United Kingdom might look like in the Fallout universe, complete with its own factions, mutated wildlife, and post-apocalyptic culture. But this is fan creation, not official canon. The mystery of the wider world adds a profound sense of isolation to the Fallout experience. You are wandering a continent that has lost contact with the rest of humanity. There are no ships arriving from distant shores, so no radio signals from overseas, no refugees bringing stories of what lies beyond the horizon. America, in the Fallout universe, is an island. A vast, irradiated island populated by the descendants of people who were too stubborn, too unlucky, or too deeply buried to die when the world ended. And somewhere out there, beyond the oceans that no one has the technology or the courage to cross, there might be other stories, other survivors, other wastelands with their own factions, their own heroes, their own mysterious strangers. Or there might be nothing at all, just silence, stretching from shore to shore, across continents that have been scoured clean. We do not know. And the not knowing is what makes this mystery so hauntingly vast. Consider what we can infer. The nuclear exchange was global, which means every major population center on Earth was either directly targeted or suffered catastrophic secondary effects. Nuclear winter would have devastated agricultural systems worldwide. Electromagnetic pulses from high-altitude detonations would have disabled electronics across entire continents. The collapse of global shipping and communication networks would have isolated every surviving community from every other surviving community. Even nations that were not directly bombed would have faced famine, disease, and the breakdown of civil order as supply chains evaporated overnight. But here is the thing. The Fallout universe is not entirely devoid of hints about the wider world. In Fallout 2, there are references to Chinese remnant forces on the American West Coast, soldiers and spies, who were stranded in enemy territory when the bombs fell and have been surviving in the wasteland ever since. The presence of Chinese technology, including the Chinese stealth suit, one of the most advanced pieces of equipment in several Fallout games, and suggests that China's pre-war technological capability was at least comparable to America's in certain fields. If the Chinese could develop personal cloaking technology, what else might they have built? And what might have survived the war? The Fallout television series has begun to gesture toward the wider world as well. References to the Enclave's long-term plans sometimes hint at interplanetary colonization, suggesting that at least some pre-war organizations had ambitions that extended beyond Earth entirely. If the Enclave was planning to leave the planet, they must have had some assessment of whether other nations were doing the same. Was there a Chinese equivalent of Vault Tech, a European version of the Enclave? Are there vaults in Russia, in Japan, in Brazil, sealed away and running their own twisted experiments on populations we have never met? The Fallout world is vast, and we have only ever seen one country's version of the apocalypse. The rest of the planet is a blank canvas, and every player who has looked at that canvas has wondered the same thing. What is out there? Who survived? And will we ever find out? The silence from across the oceans is deafening, and in Fallout, silence usually means something terrible. Mystery number 6, The Survivalist, Randall Dean Clark and the Father in the Cave. Some of the most powerful stories in Fallout are not found in the main quest lines. They are hidden in the margins, tucked into terminal entries and journal logs that you have to go out of your way to discover. And the story of Randall Dean Clark, known as the Survivalist, is perhaps the most emotionally devastating piece of environmental storytelling in the entire franchise. So you encounter his story in the Honest Hearts DLC for Fallout New Vegas, set in the real-world location of Zion National Park. The DLC takes you into a beautiful, relatively untouched canyon where two tribes, the Sorrows and the Dead Horses, live in an uneasy peace threatened by an invading force called the Whitelegs. The story that the DLC tells on the surface is compelling enough, dealing with themes of violence, faith, and the choice between fighting for your home or fleeing to preserve your people. But beneath that story, literally buried in caves scattered throughout Zion Canyon, is the tale of Randall Clark. You never meet him. By the time the courier arrives in Zion, Clark has been dead for over 150 years. All that remains of him are his terminal entries, his supply caches, and his skeleton, sitting on a high ledge near a place called Red Gate. Overlooking the canyon he spent decades protecting. Clark was born on February 5, 2053. He served in the United States Army and was deployed to Canada during the annexation, where he witnessed atrocities committed by American soldiers against Canadian civilians. The experience sickened him and left scars that never fully healed. After his service, he settled in Salt Lake City with his wife, Shar, and their son, Alex. He was a quiet man who liked to disappear into the wilderness for days at a time, testing his survival skills in the backcountry. It was a source of tension in his marriage, this need to be alone in the wild, this inability to sit still within the walls of a house. On October 23, 2077, Clark was returning from one of these trips when the bombs fell. He was north of Spanish Fork, Utah, far from any major population center. He saw the flashes on the horizon. He heard the distant rumble. And he knew, with a certainty that settled into his bones like cold water, that his wife and son were dead. For the next several months, Clark survived alone in the caves of what would later be called Zion. He drank condensation from cave walls. He ate whatever he could forage. He waited for the radiation to subside. When it finally did, he hiked back to Salt Lake City. He found nothing. The city had been annihilated. There was no rubble to sift through, no bodies to bury. Just ash and silence. Yet he returned to Zion and lived there alone for 11 years. 11 years without hearing another human voice. 11 years of silence so deep it must have felt like being buried alive. And then, in 2095, a group of people arrived in Zion. 28 of them, by Clark's count. They were Mexican, likely refugees who had traveled north from what remained of Mexico, following rumors of a place where the land was still green and the water still ran clear. Clark watched them from his hidden camps, yet he did not reveal himself. Instead, he became their invisible guardian, leaving medicine when someone was sick, leaving food when supplies ran low. When one of them collapsed from infection, Clark left antibiotics where the others would find them. He heard them praying afterward, thanking God for the miracle. He wrote in his journal that he found it strange, thanking God for anything in a world like this. For months, this arrangement worked. Clark watched. He protected. He remained unseen. And then, in early 2096, everything fell apart. A group of over 100 people arrived in Zion. They were survivors from Vault 22, a vault in the Mojave where a biological experiment with genetically modified plants had gone catastrophically wrong. The vault dwellers had been driven out by the spores and the creatures they created, and they were desperate, starving, and dangerous. They attacked the Mexican camp. They killed all the men. They took the women and children as prisoners. Clark prepared a rescue mission. He stockpiled ammunition. He planned routes of attack. He scouted the vault dwellers' camp. And then he discovered something that changed the nature of his response entirely. The vault dwellers had eaten the prisoners. They had become cannibals. What followed was a one-man war. Randall Clark, a single aging survivalist with a hunting rifle and a collection of homemade explosives, waged a 10-month guerrilla campaign against over 100 armed vault dwellers. So he attacked from the shadows. He set traps in narrow canyons. He picked off sentries in the darkness and disappeared before dawn. He was methodical, patient, and utterly merciless. By the end of those 10 months, the vault dwellers had lost over 80 of their number to Clark and to disease. The survivors fled Zion, broken and terrified of the invisible force that had decimated them. Clark felt nothing but cold. 4 days after the vault dwellers left, Clark found a woman named Sylvie, and she had been a member of the Vault 22 group, but had separated from them to escape the abuse of the male members. She had stepped into one of Clark's bear traps. He freed her. He nursed her back to health. He taught her about the world outside the vault. And for the first time in nearly 20 years, Randall Clark was not alone. They lived together for 3 years. They fell in love. Sylvie became pregnant. Clark spent 9 months preparing, reading every medical book he could find, gathering supplies, teaching himself obstetrics from scratch. He wanted to do it right. He needed to do it right. The baby was a breech birth. Clark could not turn him. He performed a cesarean section with what he had, which was not nearly enough. The baby, a boy Clark had already named Michael, died. Sylvie never woke up from the anesthesia. Clark buried them south of the Zion Narrows. He walked back to his cave. He sat down and wrote a single journal entry about deciding to end his own life. He did not do it. Years later, when Clark was old and sick with lung cancer, a new group arrived in Zion. Children. A group of young people orphaned by the wasteland who had somehow found their way to the canyon. They were innocent in a way that Clark had not seen in decades, and he made a decision. He would protect them as he had protected the Mexican refugees. But this time, he would do more. He would teach them. He would leave them books, weapons manuals, medical guides. He would write them letters signed The Father, instructing them to be kind to each other, to be modest, to make Zion their home, and defend it against anyone who would do them harm. He never revealed himself to them. He never let them see his face. He remained the invisible guardian, the voice in the cave, the spirit that left gifts and guidance, and then vanished. The children grew into a tribe. They called themselves the Sorrows, named for the sorrows that Clark had told them to leave behind. And they worshipped the Father in the cave as a divine figure, a God who loved them and watched over them from the darkness. When the cancer grew too advanced for Clark to endure, he climbed to the highest point near Red Gate, a place where the children were unlikely to find his body. He sat down. He looked out over the canyon one last time. He wrote his final entry, a quiet goodbye to everyone he had lost and everyone he had saved. And he let the cold take him. Yet his skeleton is still there when you find it, over 150 years later. Next to it is his rifle, the survivalist's rifle, and his last journal entry. And if you have followed his story through every cave, every terminal, every scattered note, reading his words will hit you harder than any boss fight in the franchise. The survivalist is not a mystery in the traditional sense. His story is told completely, from beginning to end. But the mystery he represents is deeper than any plot hole or unanswered question. It is the mystery of what a single human being is capable of when they are stripped of everything except their will to protect. It is the mystery of how a man with no faith in God can become one. It is the mystery of whether kindness can persist in a world designed to extinguish it. Randall Dean Clark answered that question with his life, and the sorrows carry his answer with them still, even though they will never know his name. Mystery number 7. The Sierra Madre and the poison that preserves in the Mojave wasteland. If you listen carefully, you might hear a radio signal. It is faint, buried under the static of a dead world, but it is there. A pre-war broadcast, looping endlessly, advertising the grand opening gala of a place called the Sierra Madre Casino and Resort. The signal has been playing for over 200 years, and it has been luring people to their deaths for just as long. The Sierra Madre is the setting of the Dead Money DLC for Fallout New Vegas, and it is widely regarded as one of the most atmospheric and unsettling pieces of content in the entire franchise. It is also home to one of Fallout's most fascinating mysteries, a story about greed, love, betrayal, and a cloud of red poison that has kept an entire city preserved in a state of perpetual dying. The Sierra Madre was conceived and built by Frederick Sinclair, a wealthy pre-war entrepreneur who envisioned it as the ultimate luxury resort. Nestled in the mountains somewhere to the west of Las Vegas, its exact location has never been confirmed and is deliberately kept vague. The Sierra Madre was designed as a place where the elite could escape the anxieties of a world on the brink of destruction. It was self-sufficient, yet equipped with advanced vending machines that could fabricate almost anything from base materials, holographic security systems, and a vault beneath the casino floor that Sinclair intended as the ultimate shelter. But Sinclair's project attracted attention from dangerous people. The Big Mountain Research Facility, known as Big MT, a sprawling pre-war think tank hidden in a crater in the Mojave, saw the Sierra Madre as a testing ground. In exchange for providing Sinclair with their cutting-edge technology, the Big MT scientists were given permission to conduct experiments within the resort. One of those experiments produced the Cloud. The Cloud is a reddish, toxic gas that blankets the Sierra Madre's villa and surrounding areas. It corrodes organic material. It dissolves metal. It kills anyone who breathes it for too long. But it also does something stranger. It preserves. The Sierra Madre, despite being over 200 years old, has not decayed in the way that other pre-war structures have. The Cloud has created a sealed environment, a pocket of stasis where time moves differently. The buildings still stand, the holograms still flicker, the vending machines still hum, and the creatures that inhabit the villa, beings called ghost people, still patrol the streets. The ghost people are former maintenance workers who were wearing hazmat suits designed by Big MT when the bombs fell. Hey, the cloud seeped into their suits, fused with their bodies, and transformed them into something that is no longer quite human. They cannot be killed by conventional means. You can knock them down, but unless you dismember them completely, they will get back up. They do not speak. They do not negotiate. They simply hunt endlessly through the red fog. Frederick Sinclair's personal story adds another layer of tragedy. He was in love with a woman named Vera Keyes, a pre-war starlet, who was everything Sinclair was not. Glamorous, charismatic, and deeply troubled. What Sinclair did not know was that Vera had been enlisted by Dean Domino, a lounge singer and con artist, to help him steal the contents of the Sierra Madre's vault. Dean blackmailed Vera using evidence of her Med-X addiction, and Vera, trapped between her love for Sinclair and Dean's threats, went along with the scheme. When Sinclair discovered the betrayal, his heart broke. In his grief, he transformed the vault into a trap. He rigged the elevator so it would only go down, never up. He upgraded the holographic security to lethal settings. He wanted to ensure that when Vera and Dean came for the treasure, they would be sealed in forever. But then Vera confessed everything, and Sinclair, consumed by regret, tried to reverse his changes. He could only partially undo what he had done. The vault remained a trap. And when the bombs fell and the cloud descended, Sinclair died in the vault he had built, unable to return to the woman he loved. By the time the courier arrives at the Sierra Madre, lured there by the radio signal, the resort is a death trap layered upon a death trap. Father Elijah, a former elder of the Brotherhood of Steel, driven mad by his obsession with pre-war technology, has taken control of the villa's systems. He forces the courier and 3 other captives, Dean Domino, a mute woman named Christine, and a schizophrenic super mutant called Dog and God, to work together to breach the casino and reach the vault. The central mystery of the Sierra Madre is not just about what happened there. It is about what the place represents. The cloud preserves but also destroys. The vault contains unimaginable wealth, but is designed to kill anyone who tries to take it. The casino promises new beginnings. Its motto is "Begin Again," but it traps everyone who enters in cycles of obsession and loss. The Sierra Madre is a metaphor for the thing that the Fallout universe keeps warning us about, the inability to let go. Every character in Dead Money is defined by something they cannot release. Elijah cannot let go of his obsession with technology. Dean cannot let go of his grudge against Sinclair. Christine cannot let go of her mission to stop Elijah. And the courier, if they are not careful, cannot let go of the gold bars in the vault. Chess bars that are worth a fortune but weigh so much that carrying them all out is essentially impossible. The game literally asks you, can you walk away from the treasure? Can you let go? The Sierra Madre is Fallout at its most philosophical and its most haunting. And the cloud, that red fog that kills and preserves in equal measure, is still out there. Somewhere in the mountains west of Vegas, the broadcast is still playing. The gala is still being advertised. And the ghost people are still waiting in the fog, preserved like everything else in the Sierra Madre, caught between death and something worse than death. Begin again, or do not. The Sierra Madre does not care either way. Mystery number 8. the aliens among us. In the original Fallout game, released in 1997, there was a random encounter. While traveling across the wastes of Southern California, you might stumble upon a crashed flying saucer half buried in the sand. Yet the words, "Property of Area 51, return if found," were scrawled on its hull. Two small, gray-skinned bodies lay nearby. One of them carried an alien blaster, one of the most powerful weapons in the game. It was an Easter egg, a joke, a playful nod to the conspiracy theories and science fiction that had always influenced the franchise's retro-futuristic aesthetic. Nobody was supposed to take it seriously, and for a while nobody did. But then Fallout 3 happened, and Bethesda decided that aliens were not just a joke. Mothership Zeta, the fifth and final DLC for Fallout 3, is one of the most controversial additions to the franchise. In it, the lone wanderer is abducted by an actual alien spacecraft that has been orbiting Earth, studying humanity for centuries. You are taken aboard, stripped of your equipment, and forced to fight your way through the ship alongside other abductees from various points in human history, including a samurai from feudal Japan, a cowboy from the Wild West, an astronaut from the Gemini program, and a little girl named Sally, who was taken shortly after the Great War. The ship, Mothership Zeta, is massive. It contains cryogenic storage facilities holding hundreds of human specimens. It has weapons laboratories where alien technology is developed and tested. It has a death ray capable of devastating targets on Earth's surface. And the aliens themselves, small gray beings with large heads and black eyes, are hostile, inscrutable, and operating according to an agenda that is never fully explained. The DLC raised more questions than it answered. How long have the aliens been observing Earth? Their abductions span at least several hundred years, based on the ages of the captives you encounter. What do they want? The ship's experiments suggest they are studying human biology and behavior, but to what end? Are they planning an invasion? A colonization effort? Are they simply curious scientists, collecting specimens the way humans collect butterflies? And then there is the most explosive implication of all. Within the ship's data banks, there is a holotape, originally numbered Holotape 17, that was cut from the final release of the DLC. In its original form, this holotape reportedly contained dialogue suggesting that the aliens may have been responsible for triggering the Great War itself, manipulating events on Earth to cause the nuclear exchange as part of some larger experiment. When Bethesda removed the tape before launch, presumably to avoid establishing something so dramatic as canon, but the fact that it was written, recorded, and nearly included has fueled speculation ever since. The community is deeply divided on the role of aliens. In Fallout lore, purists, particularly fans of the original Interplay-era games, argue that the aliens were always meant to be Easter eggs, playful references that exist outside the canon of the main storyline. Here they point to the tone of the original random encounters, which were clearly tongue-in-cheek, and argue that Mothership Zeta overstepped by making the aliens a literal, physical reality within the game world. Others embrace the aliens as part of Fallout's broader mythology, pointing out that the franchise has always been a melting pot of science fiction tropes. Mutants, robots, psychics, interdimensional experiments at Big MT, all of these elements coexist within the Fallout universe. Adding aliens to the mix is not that much of a stretch. Fallout 4 includes alien encounters as well. A random event in the Commonwealth can spawn a crashed alien ship with a surviving alien that you can kill for its weapon. And Fallout 76, set in the earliest days of the post-apocalyptic era, includes references to alien activity in the Appalachian region. The deepest mystery here is not whether aliens exist in Fallout. They clearly do, at least in the Bethesda-era games. The mystery is what they want, how long they have been operating, and whether their activities have materially affected the course of human history within the franchise. Did aliens contribute to the development of certain pre-war technologies? Are the energy weapons found throughout the wasteland derived from alien designs? Did they have a hand in the creation of the FE5 or in the founding of Vault-Tec? Or are they simply observers? So watching humanity destroy itself with the detached curiosity of scientists studying bacteria in a petri dish. The franchise keeps the aliens at arm's length, acknowledging their existence, but never fully integrating them into the main narrative. And that distance, that refusal to commit, is what keeps the mystery alive. They are out there, somewhere above the clouds, watching the wasteland burn. And we have no idea what they are waiting for. A mystery. Number 9. The Sacrifice of Vault 11. We touched on Vault 11 earlier when discussing Vault-Tec's experiments, but this particular vault deserves its own deeper examination, because what happened inside its walls is not just a mystery. It is a parable. A story about human nature that the Fallout franchise tells with devastating precision. Vault 11 was located in the Mojave Wasteland, sealed beneath the desert like a crypt. Yet the experiment was simple in its design and monstrous in its implications. The vault's residents were told, through an automated message from the vault's computer system, that they must sacrifice one member of their community each year. If they refused, the computer would kill everyone. The choice was presented as binary. One person dies, or everyone does. The first thing to understand about Vault 11 is that the threat was a lie. The computer was never going to kill everyone. The entire experiment was designed to test how long a group of people would comply with an unjust demand before refusing it. Vault-Tec wanted data on obedience, on the mechanisms of social control, on the point at which a community would say no. But the residents did not know this. They believed the threat was real, and so they organized themselves around the annual sacrifice. What happened next is documented in meticulous detail through the holotapes and terminal entries scattered throughout the vault. The residents created an electoral system. Each year the vault would elect an overseer, and the overseer, upon completing their term, would be the one sacrificed. This meant that election to the position of overseer was effectively a death sentence, and the politics of the vault became a savage game of survival. Factions formed, voting blocs emerged. Such groups aligned not around ideology or policy, but around the singular goal of ensuring that someone from the opposing faction was elected to die. Blackmail became currency. Intimidation became standard practice. One faction, in a particularly horrific turn, began coercing members into compliance through sexual exploitation, leveraging shame and secrecy to control votes. Over the years, the vault's population shrank, not just from the annual sacrifices, but from the violence that the political system generated. Murders, suicides, people who simply could not bear the weight of what they had become. By the time the vault's population had dwindled to 5, The remaining survivors gathered and made the decision that the experiment was designed to elicit. They refused to sacrifice anyone. They stood together and told the computer that they would rather all die than continue the cycle. The computer played its pre-recorded message. The threat was never real. The vault door opened, and 4 of the 5 survivors took their own lives. When you explore Vault 11, you find their bodies near the entrance. You can listen to their final conversation on a holotape. You hear them arguing about whether they should tell the world what happened inside the vault. You hear them deciding that the shame is too great. You hear the gunshots. And then you hear silence and a single set of footsteps walking away. The mystery of Vault 11 is not about what happened. The events are well documented. The mystery is about the 5th survivor. Where did they go? What did they do with the knowledge they carried? Did they find peace in the wasteland, or were they consumed by the guilt of what they had participated in? And on a deeper level, the mystery is about us, the players. Because Vault 11 asks a question that has no comfortable answer. Would you have refused sooner? Would you have refused at all? Or would you have done what the residents did, going along with the system, because the alternative was too terrifying to contemplate? What makes Vault 11 so effective is the pacing of its revelations. When you first enter, you see evidence of a battle. Bullet holes in the walls, overturned furniture, spent shell casings littering the floor. Something violent happened here, and recently enough that the signs have not yet been erased by time. But the vault is not empty. Automated turrets still patrol certain corridors. The mainframe still hums, and the deeper you go, the more the story assembles itself, piece by piece, terminal by terminal, holotape by holotape. You learn about the factions. The Justice Bloc, which originally held power and maintained the electoral system for selecting the annual sacrifice. The Reformers, who tried to change the system but were co-opted by it. The individuals who were blackmailed, threatened, or broken into compliance. What you hear the voice of a woman named Catherine Stone, whose husband was selected for sacrifice. In her grief and rage, she ran for overseer herself, hoping to change the system from within. But the political machine had already adapted. They let her win, and then they killed her. The escalation is relentless. Each generation of vault dwellers was worse than the last, not because they were born worse, but because the system they inherited demanded more of their humanity with every passing year. Yet by the time you reach the sacrifice chamber, a sterile room with a single chair facing a screen, you understand that the true experiment was never about the sacrifice itself. It was about watching the slow, systematic erosion of decency in a population that believed it had no choice. And the final audio recording, the one you find near the bodies of the last survivors, is delivered with a flatness that is more devastating than any scream. They are not angry. They are not defiant. They are simply tired, tired of what they did, tired of what they became. And when the gunshots ring out, 4 quick reports in succession, the silence that follows feels like the vault itself exhaling. Vault 11 holds up a mirror, and what it reflects is not flattering. That is why it stays with you. That is why it belongs on this list. It is a reminder that the most terrifying monsters in Fallout are not the Deathclaws or the super mutants. They are the ordinary people who were given an impossible choice and chose wrong again and again. until there was nothing left to choose. Mystery number 10. Vault 108 and the Gary Paradox. Of all the Vault-Tec experiments, Vault 108 might be the one that haunts players the most, not because of its cruelty, though it is certainly cruel, but because of its sheer absurdity. It is a horror story told in a single word, repeated over and over in different inflections. That word is Gary. Vault 108, she located in the Capital Wasteland, was designed with several deliberate flaws. The power supply was set to fail after 20 years. The overseer had a terminal illness. The vault contained an unusually large stockpile of weapons and an unusually small amount of entertainment. And, crucially, it contained a cloning laboratory. The cloning experiment produced copies of a single resident named Gary. The first few clones were apparently stable, but each successive generation became more erratic and more violent. They lost the ability to speak, with one exception. They could all say the name Gary. They said it constantly, in tones ranging from curious whisper to aggressive scream, the word warped by the deterioration of their neural pathways. By the time the lone wanderer discovers Vault 108 in Fallout 3, the vault has been completely overrun by Gary clones. They roam the corridors in packs, attacking anything that is not another Gary. The vault's original inhabitants are long dead. The cloning equipment still hums, and the word Gary echoes through the metal halls like a chant, or a prayer, or a warning. The mystery of Vault 108 operates on multiple levels. On the surface, it is a question about the experiment itself. What was Vault-Tec hoping to learn from cloning? Were they testing the viability of cloning as a method of population maintenance for long-duration habitation? What were they studying the psychological effects of encountering multiple copies of the same person? Or was this simply another instance of Vault-Tec pushing a button to see what would happen? But there is a deeper layer. The Gary clones are aggressive, yes, but they are also oddly social with each other. They exist in groups. They seem to communicate, after a fashion, through variations in how they say their shared name. They have, in their limited way, created a community, a Gary community. And that raises questions about identity, about the self, about what it means to be a person when you are one of dozens of identical copies, each one equally real, each one equally Gary. It is strange and a little sad and deeply unsettling. And it is one of those Fallout experiences that, once encountered, you never quite forget. Mystery. Number 11. The Virtual Hell of Vault 112. We mentioned Vault 112 earlier, but let us sit with it a little longer. Because the implications of what happened there are some of the most disturbing in the franchise. Dr. Stanislaus Braun was a genius. Before the war, he was one of the leading minds in the field of virtual reality technology, and Vault-Tec gave him an entire vault to pursue his research. Vault 112 was equipped with simulation pods capable of creating a fully immersive virtual world, indistinguishable from reality for the people inside it. The residents would enter the pods, believing they were being preserved in comfort until the surface was safe. And, in a sense, they were. Their bodies were maintained by the pods for over 200 years, kept alive through advanced life support systems, while their minds inhabited whatever world Braun created for them. The problem was Braun himself. Tranquility Lane, the simulation he built, was a perfect reproduction of a pre-war suburban neighborhood. Quaint houses, manicured lawns, children playing in the streets. Of course, it was idyllic on the surface, but Braun had made himself the sole administrator, appearing in the simulation as a little girl named Betty. And from behind that innocent facade, he tormented the residents in ways that would make the most sadistic overseer in any other vault look tame by comparison. He made them kill each other. He made them betray their friends. He orchestrated elaborate scenarios of cruelty and then erased the residents' memories so he could start fresh. Over and over. So for 2 centuries, the people of Vault 112 lived and died and lived again in an endless cycle of manufactured suffering, their bodies aging imperceptibly in the real world, while their minds were broken and rebuilt countless times in the simulation. When the lone wanderer enters Vault 112 during the main quest of Fallout 3, they are given a choice. They can play along with Braun's games, becoming another instrument of his cruelty, or they can find a hidden failsafe within the simulation, one that Braun built as a contingency and then apparently forgot about, that will permanently terminate the simulation. Activating the failsafe kills the residents, their bodies too degraded after centuries in the pods to survive without support. But it frees them from Braun's control. It is a mercy killing, and the game presents it as such. But Braun survives. The failsafe does not kill him. It simply leaves him alone in an empty simulation, at the sole occupant of a world he can no longer torment. He will sit there, presumably forever, in a void of his own creation. The mystery of Vault 112 is not about the mechanics of the experiment. It is about Braun himself. What happened to him? What drove one of humanity's greatest minds to become its most dedicated torturer? Was it the isolation, the power, the realization that with absolute control over another person's reality, the temptation to abuse that control becomes irresistible? Braun is never given a sympathetic backstory. He is not a tragic villain. He is simply monstrous, and the game offers no explanation for why. And that lack of explanation is itself a kind of horror, because it suggests that the capacity for what Braun did exists in anyone who is given enough power and enough time. The Vault did not create a monster. It simply gave a monster a playpen. At Mystery Number 12, the Forced Evolutionary Virus and the Master's Cathedral. The Forced Evolutionary Virus sits at the center of so much of Fallout's mythology that it is easy to take it for granted. FEV is the reason super mutants exist. It is the reason the Enclave developed its genocidal plans. It is connected to the creation of third-generation synths by the Institute. It may even be the reason the Great War started, if Tim Kane's original vision holds. But the most mysterious and tragic chapter in FEV's history is the story of the Master. The Master, the primary antagonist of the original 1997 Fallout, was once a man named Richard Moreau, later known as Richard Gray. He was a vault dweller from Vault 8, a scientist and explorer who ventured out into the wastes of Southern California in search of the truth about the mutations appearing in the wasteland. His investigation led him to the abandoned Mariposa military base, where the pre-war FE5 research had been conducted. Inside Mariposa, Gray fell into one of the vats of concentrated FEV. The virus did not kill him. Instead, it transformed him over the course of weeks into something that was no longer recognizably human. His body absorbed other organic matter, biomass that had fallen into the vats over the years, and he began to grow. His consciousness expanded. He developed psychic abilities. He became, in his own estimation, the next stage of human evolution. And he decided that everyone else should join him. The Master's plan was, in its way, logical. The wasteland was a dying place. Humans were weak, divided, prone to the same failures that had destroyed the old world. But super mutants, created through controlled exposure to FE5, were stronger, more resilient, immune to radiation, and potentially immortal. If all of humanity could be converted, the species would be unified under a single evolutionary path. No more war, no more division, no more weakness. There was just one problem. The conversion process destroyed higher brain function in most subjects. The Master needed genetically pure humans, people who had not been exposed to background radiation from the wastes, to create intelligent super mutants. And the only reliable source of such humans was the vaults, which is why the Master sent his armies to find and breach the vaults, to harvest their populations for conversion. The Vault Dweller, show the protagonist of the first Fallout game, can defeat the Master in multiple ways. Through combat, by fighting through the cathedral where the Master has established his lair. Or through speech, by presenting evidence that the Master's plan is fundamentally flawed, that super mutants are sterile and cannot reproduce, meaning the conversion process would need to continue forever and would eventually run out of subjects. Confronted with this evidence, the Master, in one of the most memorable moments in gaming history, breaks down. He begs the Vault Dweller to leave, and then he activates the nuclear device beneath the cathedral and destroys himself, his army, and his dream. The mystery of the Master is not about what he did. It is about what he was. The FE5 transformed Richard Grey into something beyond human, a being of immense intelligence and psychic power, fused with organic matter into a sprawling biomass that filled an entire underground complex. So was the Master still Richard Grey, or had the virus created something new? Did he retain his humanity, his empathy, his conscience? The fact that he can be talked into self-destruction suggests that some part of the man he once was still existed, buried beneath the mutations. He could recognize the flaw in his own plan. He could feel despair. And that makes him one of the most tragic villains in the franchise. Not a monster exactly, but a man who became something monstrous in pursuit of something he genuinely believed was good. The road to the cathedral was paved with intentions that, from a certain angle, almost looked noble. And the virus that transformed him was created by the same government that built the bombs and the vaults. The Master was, in the end, another victim of the old world's hubris. Mystery number 13, the nature of ghouls and the question of consciousness. Ghouls are everywhere in the Fallout universe. They are former humans whose bodies have been ravaged by extreme radiation exposure, their skin sloughing away, their features eroded, their lifespans extended far beyond what any normal human could expect. Some ghouls are indistinguishable from regular people in terms of their intelligence, personality, and emotional depth. Others have devolved into feral states, mindless creatures that attack anything living with animalistic aggression. The mystery of ghouls is not that they exist. Radiation mutation is a core mechanic of the Fallout universe, and ghouls have been present since the first game. The mystery is about the line between a sentient ghoul and a feral one. What determines whether someone who undergoes ghoulification retains their mind? And more importantly, can a sentient ghoul eventually go feral? Is every ghoul on a timer, counting down to the day when their consciousness finally flickers out and the animal takes over? The games present contradictory evidence on this point. Some characters, like Hancock in Fallout 4, suggest that going feral is a constant fear for ghouls, an ever-present possibility that hangs over their extended lives like a storm cloud. Others, like Desmond Lockhart in Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC, have been ghouls for centuries and show no signs of mental deterioration. So the television series introduces further complications, depicting the character of Cooper Howard, played by Walton Goggins, as a ghoul who maintains his sanity through the regular use of specific pharmaceuticals, suggesting that ghoulification's mental effects can be managed chemically, but not cured. The deeper question, and the one that no Fallout game has ever directly answered, is what happens when a ghoul goes feral. Is the person gone? Is there still a consciousness trapped inside, screaming behind eyes that no longer recognize the world? Or is the transition a clean break, the human extinguished and replaced by something purely instinctive? Fox, the intelligent supermutant in Fallout 3, suggests that consciousness can survive even the most extreme biological transformation. If it can survive FEV, can it survive feralization? Is there a chance, however slim, that the feral ghouls shuffling through the ruins of the old world still carry echoes of the people they once were? The franchise leaves this question open, and the ambiguity is what gives encounters with feral ghouls their emotional weight. Every feral you put down might have been someone, a parent, a teacher, a friend, and you will never know. Mystery number 14. The Deathclaw Origin Story. Deathclaws are the most feared creatures in the Fallout wasteland, and for good reason. They are massive, reaching heights of over 9 feet. They are armored with thick, leathery skin that can turn aside all but the most powerful weapons. Their claws, for which they are named, can shred power armor like tissue paper. They are fast, aggressive, territorial, and intelligent enough to set ambushes. Encountering a Deathclaw at low levels in any Fallout game is essentially a death sentence. But where did they come from? The Fallout universe provides a partial answer. Deathclaws were genetically engineered before the Great War, created by the United States government as a biological weapon designed to replace human soldiers on the battlefield. The base animal was the Jackson's chameleon, a species of lizard native to East Africa and Hawaii, which was subjected to extensive genetic modification using a combination of traditional genetic engineering and, in some accounts, the forced evolutionary virus. And the result was a creature that exceeded every parameter the designers had hoped for. Deathclaws were stronger, faster, more durable, and more aggressive than anything the natural world had ever produced. They were perfect killing machines. And when the bombs fell and the facilities that created them were destroyed, the Deathclaws escaped into the wild. In the 2 centuries since the Great War, Deathclaws have proliferated across the American wasteland. They have established territories in caves, quarries, and abandoned buildings. They hunt in packs when prey is abundant and operate as solitary predators when resources are scarce. And they have continued to evolve, with regional variants displaying different adaptations depending on their environment. The mystery is not about their origin. That much is established lore. The mystery is about their intelligence. Deathclaws in the original Fallout game were shown to be capable of speech, and thanks to further genetic modification by the Master's forces. In Fallout 2, an entire community of intelligent, talking Deathclaws lived in Vault 13 after the events of the first game. These Deathclaws were peaceful, philosophical, and capable of complex reasoning. They were people, in every meaningful sense of the word. Bethesda's entries in the franchise have largely ignored this aspect of Deathclaw lore, presenting them as purely bestial creatures. Or whether this represents a retcon or simply a focus on different Deathclaw populations is unclear. But the question lingers. If Deathclaws were once capable of intelligence and speech, could they be again? Are there communities of thinking Deathclaws out there somewhere in the wasteland, hidden away from human contact, building their own culture in the ruins of the world that created them? It is a question that the franchise has never directly addressed. And given the visceral terror that Deathclaws inspire in every Fallout player, the idea that they might be thinking, feeling beings makes the prospect of encountering one even more complex than it already was. There is also the question of the Deathclaw's matriarchal structure. In Fallout 4, Deathclaw nests are guarded by larger, more aggressive females, and eggs are found in carefully constructed clutches that suggest deliberate nesting behavior far more sophisticated than simple animal instinct. The Deathclaw mother variant is one of the most dangerous enemies in the game, and her aggression is not mindless. She will prioritize protecting the nest over pursuing a fleeing enemy, suggesting a capacity for strategic thinking and emotional attachment to her offspring. In Fallout 2, the intelligent Deathclaws of Vault 13 were given their enhanced intelligence by the Enclave, who then attempted to destroy them when the experiment proved too successful. The implication was clear. The Enclave recognized that intelligent Deathclaws represented a threat not because they were dangerous, but because they were capable of organizing, of forming a society, of becoming a rival species. The fact that the Enclave's response was extermination rather than communication says as much about the Enclave as it does about the Deathclaws. And in the quiet moments between encounters, when you are walking through the wasteland and you see a Deathclaw in the distance, standing on a ridge, silhouetted against the orange sky, not attacking, just watching, it is hard not to wonder what is going through that massive, horned head. Hunger, curiosity, something we do not have a word for, some new form of awareness born in the crucible of mutation and survival. The Deathclaws were created to be weapons, but weapons can be repurposed. And in a world where humanity keeps finding new ways to destroy itself, maybe the most dangerous creature in the wasteland is also the one with the most potential. Mystery. Number 15. The Kings and the Lost Memory of Elvis. In the ruins of Freeside, the slum district outside the walls of New Vegas, there is a gang that dresses and acts unlike any other faction in the Mojave. They wear leather jackets and pompadours. They speak in a drawling, cool cat cadence. They value style, loyalty, and a specific kind of rebellious charisma. They call themselves the Kings, and their leader goes by the same name. The Kings are an Elvis tribute act, except they do not know it. Before the Great War, the building that the Kings use as their headquarters was a school for Elvis impersonators. It was filled with records, costumes, instructional materials, and holographic recordings of a man whose name the Kings have long since forgotten. When the survivors of the Great War discovered the school, they found the costumes and the recordings and mistook them for artifacts of a lost culture. They adopted the style, the mannerisms, the music. They built an entire identity around a man they call the King, without ever knowing his real name. And this is one of the more playful mysteries in Fallout, but it carries a profound undercurrent. The Kings are living proof of how quickly cultural memory can be lost. Elvis Presley, one of the most famous human beings who ever lived in our world, has been completely forgotten in the Fallout universe. His name, his history, his significance, all of it is gone. What remains is a shadow, a style without context, a religion without a theology. The Kings never mention Elvis by name. They never reference rock and roll as a musical genre. They do not know that the man whose image they worship was born in Tupelo, Mississippi, or that he died on a bathroom floor in Memphis. They know only the shape of his charisma, the outline of his cool, the feeling of his music. And that is enough for them to build something that matters. It is a small mystery, but a beautiful one. And it speaks to one of Fallout's deepest themes, the way human beings create meaning from fragments, building new cultures from the ruins of old ones, carrying forward what resonates and discarding what does not. Mystery number 16, the Synth Question and the Ship of Theseus. Fallout 4's central conflict revolves around the Institute, an underground research facility beneath the ruins of the Commonwealth Institute of Technology, a fictionalized version of MIT, and their creation of synthetic humans, or synths. Third-generation synths are, for all practical purposes, indistinguishable from biological humans. They have organic bodies grown from cultured tissue. They have memories, though these are implanted rather than experienced. They can feel pain, express emotion, form relationships, and in some cases, develop genuine self-awareness that leads them to question the nature of their own existence. The central mystery of Fallout 4, the one that drives the main storyline and divides the game's factions, what is simple in its formulation and impossible in its resolution. Are synths people? The Railroad, an underground resistance movement modeled after the historical organization that helped enslaved people escape to freedom, answers yes without hesitation. They rescue synths from the Institute, erase their implanted memories, and give them new identities in the wasteland. To the Railroad, synths are slaves, and freeing them is a moral imperative. At the Brotherhood of Steel answers no with equal conviction. To them, synths are abominations, technology that has overstepped its bounds. They must be destroyed, along with the institute that created them, to prevent the corruption of humanity by artificial life. The institute itself occupies a strange middle ground. They created the synths as tools, labor-saving devices designed to perform tasks that were too dangerous or too tedious for human researchers. But as synths have become more sophisticated, the Institute has struggled with the implications of their own success. Some Institute scientists treat synths as property. Others seem to recognize that what they have created is something more, but cannot bring themselves to acknowledge what that means. And the Minutemen, the faction that the player can build from scratch, simply want to protect the people of the Commonwealth, human or otherwise. The mystery is not resolved by the game's ending. Whichever faction the player chooses to support, the fundamental question remains unanswered. Are synths alive? Do they have souls? If you replace every component of a ship, is it still the same ship? If you build a person from organic components and implanted memories, is it still a person? The game offers evidence on both sides. Nick Valentine, a prototype synth with the implanted memories of a pre-war detective, is one of the most beloved characters in the franchise, precisely because he feels so authentically human. His memories may not be his own, but his personality, his humor, his sense of justice, those all feel real. On the other hand, the Institute has demonstrated the ability to replace real people with synth copies, and those copies can live for years among family and friends without anyone noticing the switch. If a synth can perfectly replicate a person, does the original person still matter? Fallout 4 does not answer this question because it cannot be answered. It is one of the oldest philosophical puzzles in human history, dressed up in power armor and laser rifles. And that is what makes it such a compelling mystery. Not because the answer is hidden, but because the answer does not exist. What makes the synth question particularly powerful in Fallout 4 is the way the game forces you to confront it in personal terms. You meet Danse, a Brotherhood of Steel soldier who has fought alongside you, saved your life, expressed genuine loyalty and friendship. And then you discover that he is a synth, a machine that believes it is human. His reaction to this revelation is heartbreaking. He does not deny it. He does not rationalize it. He simply accepts that everything he believed about himself was a lie and asks you to decide whether that changes what he means to you. The player's choice in that moment, be to execute Danse as the Brotherhood demands or to let him live, is one of the most emotionally charged decisions in the franchise. Not because of gameplay consequences, but because of what it says about you, about your definition of personhood, about whether identity is something you are born with or something you build through experience, one memory at a time, whether those memories were given to you or earned. Dima, the leader of Acadia in the Far Harbor DLC, pushes this question even further. Dima is a synth who has been alive long enough to question his own memories. He asks the player whether they are certain of their own humanity. After all, the player character was frozen for over 200 years. Their memories of pre-war life could be implanted. They could be a synth and not know it. The game never confirms or denies this possibility, leaving it as a permanent question mark hovering over the entire experience. The synth question is Fallout at its most philosophical, and it is a question that grows more relevant with every passing year in the real world, as artificial intelligence becomes more sophisticated and the line between programmed response and genuine thought grows harder to define. Fallout 4 asked this question in 2015. The world is only now beginning to catch up. Mystery number 17, Big Mountain and the Think Tank. The Big MT, or Big Mountain Research and Development Center, is one of the strangest locations in the entire Fallout franchise. Located in a crater in the Mojave, accessible through the Old World Blues DLC for Fallout New Vegas. It is a sprawling pre-war research facility where some of the most advanced and morally bankrupt scientific work in American history was conducted. The scientists who ran Big MT, known collectively as the think tank, were among the most brilliant minds of the pre-war era. When the bombs fell, they preserved themselves by transferring their brains into robotic chassis, floating screens displaying distorted images of their faces, while their disembodied brains bobbed in tanks of preservative fluid. They have been operating continuously for over 200 years, conducting experiments, developing technologies, and slowly losing their grip on reality. By the time the courier encounters them in Old World Blues, the think tank scientists are barely coherent. They speak in non sequiturs. They confuse basic concepts. Yet they have forgotten the names of common objects and replaced them with their own bizarre terminology. Fingers are hand penises. Toes are foot fingers. The outside world is the Big Empty, which is what the name Big MT actually stands for in their degraded lexicon. But beneath the comedy, Big MT is responsible for some of the most horrifying things in the Fallout universe. The cloud that chokes the Sierra Madre was developed here. The Cazadores, the massive mutated wasps that terrify players across the Mojave, were engineered in Big MT's laboratories. The Night Stalkers, hybrid creatures combining rattlesnakes and coyotes, were another Big MT creation. The Y-17 Trauma Override harness, a pre-war military exoskeleton that continues to walk and fight even after its wearer has died inside it, was designed here. The mystery of Big MT is about the nature of genius without conscience. These were brilliant people who, freed from ethical oversight and given unlimited resources, created horrors without hesitation or remorse. And now, preserved in their robot bodies with their decaying brains, they continue their work with no awareness of the suffering they have caused. Are they still responsible for what they create? Can a brain in a jar be held accountable? And if they cannot, what does that say about the nature of moral responsibility in a world where the lines between human and machine have long since blurred? The Old World Blues, DLC, treats the think tank with a mixture of comedy and horror that is uniquely effective. You laugh at their absurdity, their nonsensical dialogue, their petty squabbles, and their obsession with mundane objects they can no longer remember the names of. But then you explore the facilities they built, and the laughter dies. There is a facility where lobotomized humans in harnesses walk endlessly in circles, their brains removed and replaced with Tesla coils. There is a laboratory where animals were spliced together in combinations that serve no scientific purpose, creating creatures that exist in constant pain. There is a testing range where weapons of mass destruction were calibrated using live subjects. And behind every door, every terminal, every locked storage cabinet, there are the remnants of experiments that were conducted not because they needed to be, but because someone was curious enough and powerful enough to try. The think tank scientists were once among the best and brightest minds of the pre-war world. They were geniuses, they were visionaries, and given unlimited funding, unlimited subjects, and zero ethical oversight, they became monsters without ever recognizing the transformation. They still think of themselves as heroes, yet they still believe their work is important. They cannot see the bodies. They can only see the data. Big MT is a parable about the dangers of intelligence without wisdom, of capability without conscience, of power without restraint. And the fact that its scientists are still alive, still working, still creating new horrors from the safety of their floating robot bodies suggests that the most dangerous experiments in the Fallout universe are not the ones that were completed, and they are the ones that are still ongoing. Mystery number 18, The Divide and Ulysses, The Lonesome Road. DLC for Fallout. New Vegas is in many ways the culmination of the Courier's story. It takes place in the Divide, a stretch of ruined highway that was once a thriving community called the Hopeville-Ashton area, located somewhere between the Mojave and the NCR's territory. The Divide was destroyed when nuclear warheads buried in the ground beneath it were accidentally detonated by a delivery made by the Courier before the events of the main game. Yes, the Courier, the player character, is personally responsible for the destruction of an entire community. This revelation comes from Ulysses, an enigmatic figure who has been referenced and hinted at throughout the entirety of New Vegas and its DLC. Ulysses is a former frumentarius, a spy for Caesar's Legion, or who wandered the wasteland searching for meaning after witnessing the destruction of the Divide. He blames the Courier. He has spent years tracking them. And in the Lonesome Road, he confronts them with the consequences of their actions. The Divide itself is one of the most atmospheric locations in any Fallout game. It is a shattered landscape of collapsed highways, irradiated dust storms, and underground missile silos. The inhabitants who survived the detonation were transformed into marked men, ghoul-like creatures whose skin has been flayed by the constant sandstorms, but who remain alive and hostile, their bodies sustained by the same radiation that is killing them. The mystery of the Divide is partly about the Courier's forgotten past, the delivery they made that triggered the detonation, and partly about Ulysses's philosophy. Ulysses believes that nations and communities are defined by the symbols they carry, flags, names, ideologies, and that the Courier, by unwittingly destroying the Divide, proved that a single person can reshape history without even knowing it. He sees the Courier as both destroyer and creator, a force of nature disguised as a mail carrier. The DLC ends with a choice. Ulysses threatens to launch the remaining nuclear warheads at either the NCR or Caesar's Legion, or both, she arguing that these nations are no better than the old world and deserve the same fate. The Courier can stop him, convince him to stand down, or help him carry out his plan. No matter what you choose, the Divide remains, a monument to unintended consequences and the idea that the smallest actions can have the largest repercussions. Ulysses himself is one of the most fascinating characters in the franchise. He is a man consumed by symbols and their meanings, yet he sees the bare flag of the NCR and the bull standard of the Legion not as political emblems, but as ideas made manifest, competing visions of what America could become in the aftermath of its destruction. He walked the Long 15, the I-15 highway that connects the Mojave to NCR territory. He infiltrated Caesar's Legion and served as one of its most effective agents. He traveled to Big Montana and survived. He found the Sierra Madre and walked away. And through all of it, he was searching for something that the old world had promised, but never delivered. A reason to believe that building something new was worth the effort. The Divide's destruction convinced him that it was not, that every attempt to build would eventually be destroyed, not by external enemies, but by the carelessness and short-sightedness of the builders themselves. The courier, in delivering a package whose contents they did not know and did not think to question, embodied everything Ulysses feared about humanity: the willingness to carry destruction from one place to another without understanding or accountability. The Lonesome Road is Fallout at its most literary. It is a story about stories, about the narratives we build to make sense of a senseless world, and about what happens when those narratives collapse. Ulysses is not a villain in any traditional sense. He is a philosopher driven to extremes by grief. A man who loved a place and watched it die and decided that the only appropriate response was to make someone answer for it. Whether you agree with him or not, whether you talk him down or put a bullet in him, the Divide stays with you. Because Ulysses is right about one thing: we all carry things we do not understand, and sometimes the delivery is what destroys the destination. Mystery number 19. The Interloper of Lucky Hole. Mine deep in the hills of Appalachia, in Fallout 76, there is a mine called Lucky Hole Mine. On the surface, it appears to be a standard pre-war mining operation. But descend into its depths, past the rusted machinery and the collapsed tunnels, and you will find something that defies explanation. The Interloper. It is a towering organic structure, not built, not carved, but grown. It resembles a massive, fleshy pillar surrounded by stone faces, the same Art Deco-style faces that appear in the Dunwich Borer's Quarry in Fallout 4. Around it, robed figures kneel in worship, members of a cult that venerated this thing long before the bombs fell. The Interloper has no terminal entries explaining it, no holotapes, no quest that leads directly to its discovery and provides context. It simply exists deep in the earth, pulsing with an energy that your instruments cannot identify. It is connected to the Dunwich mystery by the shared stone faces and the general atmosphere of Lovecraftian cosmic horror, but the connection is never made explicit in-game. What is the Interloper? Is it a physical manifestation of Ugg-Qualtoth, the entity worshipped in the Dunwich Building and the Dunwich Borers? Is it a separate entity from the same pantheon of elder gods that the franchise has been slowly building across multiple games? Or is it something else entirely? Something that exists outside even the Lovecraftian framework? Something truly alien to the Fallout universe? Nobody knows. The game does not tell you. And that is what makes the Interloper one of the most effective pieces of horror in the franchise. It sits in the dark, worshipped by the dead, and waits. For what? We cannot say. Mystery number 20. The McClellan family townhouse. Not all of Fallout's mysteries are epic in scale. Some are quiet, personal, and devastating in their intimacy. The McClellan family townhouse, a small, unassuming building in the Georgetown neighborhood of Fallout 3's Capital Wasteland, she is one of the most emotionally affecting locations in the franchise, and it is easy to miss entirely. Inside the townhouse, you find Mr. Handy, a standard-issue domestic robot that has been maintaining the house for over 200 years. The robot, named Wadsworth in some accounts, though the specific name varies, has been keeping the house clean, the yard tidy, and the routine of domestic service running as if the family it was built to serve never left. But they did leave. Or rather, they died. The skeletons of the McClellan family are found in the house in poses that suggest they died during or shortly after the Great War. Mr. Handy does not acknowledge this. He continues to dust the furniture, water the dead plants, and welcome visitors as though his family will return any moment. The robot's dialogue is cheerful and polite. He offers refreshments. He comments on the weather. He mentions the family members by name as though they are simply in another room. But his programming does not allow him to process their absence. He is stuck in an eternal loop of domestic service, maintaining a home for people who have been dust for 2 centuries. This is not a mystery with a hidden answer. There is no quest attached, no revelation to uncover. The mystery is emotional, not narrative. It is the question of what it means to be loyal to something that no longer exists, whether a robot can grieve, whether the facsimile of care, or the mechanical repetition of loving gestures in an empty house constitutes something meaningful or just something heartbreaking. Most players walk past the McClellan townhouse without a second glance. But those who stop, who listen to Mr. Handy's cheerful babbling and look at the skeletons on the floor and realize what they are witnessing, carry that image with them for a long time. Mystery number 21. The Timeline Divergence. The Fallout. Universe is not our universe, yet it resembles ours in many ways, sharing the same geography, the same nations, much of the same history, up to a certain point. But somewhere in the mid-20th century, the timelines split. In our world, the transistor was miniaturized, leading to the development of integrated circuits, microprocessors, and eventually the personal computer and the internet. In the Fallout world, the transistor was either never miniaturized or was miniaturized much later, so leading to a technological path that favored vacuum tubes, nuclear power, and a retro-futuristic aesthetic rooted in 1950s Americana. The exact point of divergence has never been established. Tim Kaine and the original developers left it deliberately vague, describing it as something that happened sometime after 1945, without specifying the precise year or event. Some fan theories place the divergence at the development of the transistor itself, and arguing that a single failed experiment or a key researcher's absence could have altered the trajectory of electronics. Others argue that the divergence is cultural rather than technological, that the Fallout world never experienced the counterculture movement of the 1960s, the social upheavals of the 1970s, or the postmodern skepticism that transformed Western culture in the latter half of the 20th century. In the Fallout world, the optimism and conformity of the 1950s simply never ended, and this has profound implications. The civil rights movement either did not happen or happened very differently. Gender roles remained largely static. The military-industrial complex grew unchecked. Corporate power merged with government authority to a degree that would seem dystopian, even by our standards. And the result was a society that looked beautiful on the surface, all chrome and pastel and nuclear families smiling in their fallout shelters, while beneath that surface, the same old hatreds and power structures festered, amplified by technology rather than restrained by social progress. The mystery of the divergence is not just a timeline question. It is a question about what makes a society. What happens when technology advances but culture stagnates? What happens when the tools get sharper but the people wielding them never learn to question why? The Fallout universe is the answer, and it is a warning. So mystery number 22. The numbers stations of the wasteland. Scattered across the wasteland on various radio frequencies, you can sometimes pick up strange broadcasts. They are not music. They are not news. They are strings of numbers, read in flat, expressionless voices, repeating on a loop. If you have ever heard of real-world numbers stations, the mysterious shortwave radio broadcasts that intelligence agencies have used for decades to communicate with operatives in the field, you will recognize these immediately. In Fallout 3, one of the most unsettling radio signals is the one that leads you to the Dunwich building, a garbled transmission that sounds like something is trying to communicate from very far away or from very deep below. In Fallout 4, there are radio signals that guide you to hidden bunkers, abandoned safe houses, and other locations that someone at some point wanted to keep secret. But the most mysterious broadcasts are the ones that lead nowhere, signals that loop endlessly without resolution, numbers that do not correspond to any known cipher or code, voices that might be automated recordings or might be something else entirely. Are these the remnants of pre-war intelligence operations, still running on emergency power 2 centuries later? Are they communications from factions we have not yet encountered? Are they signals from the Enclave, the Institute, or some other shadowy organization still operating in the background of the wasteland? Or are they something stranger? In a world where aliens orbit the planet, where elder gods slumber beneath the earth, where reality itself can be warped by the right combination of technology and madness, can we be sure that every signal has a rational explanation? The numbers stations of Fallout are background noise, literally. Most players never tune into them. But for those who do, or for those who sit in the quiet of the wasteland with their Pip-Boy tuned to an unknown frequency and listen to the numbers repeat, there is an undeniable sense that someone, somewhere, is trying to tell you something, and you will never know what it is. Mystery number 23. Nick Valentine's Missing Memories. Nick Valentine is a synth. Specifically, he is an early prototype synth, one of the Institute's first attempts at creating a synthetic person with implanted human memories. The memories they gave him belonged to the real Nick Valentine, a pre-war detective from Chicago who was involved in a case against a mobster named Eddie Winter. The real Nick volunteered for a brain scan as part of the Institute's research, not knowing what his memories would be used for. The synth. Nick woke up in a junkyard decades later, discarded by the Institute as an obsolete model, with someone else's life rattling around in his skull. Nick has made his peace with this, mostly, so he works as a detective in Diamond City, solving cases, helping people, and trying to live a life that feels authentic even though his memories are borrowed. But there are gaps, moments where the real Nick's memories end and the synth's own experiences have not yet filled in the blanks. And there is one case that the real Nick never solved, the Eddie Winter case, that the synth Nick is driven to close. And as though completing the dead man's unfinished business will somehow make the memories truly his. The mystery of Nick Valentine is the mystery of identity itself, a question that runs through all of Fallout 4, but finds its most personal expression in this single character. If your memories are not your own, who are you? If you feel love, anger, determination, and grief based on experiences that happened to someone else, are those feelings less real than anyone else's? So Nick does not have an answer, neither does the game, and neither do we. But watching him work, watching him piece together clues and comfort the grieving, and crack wise with the gallows humor of a man who has seen too much, it is hard to argue that what Nick Valentine is experiencing is not real. It might not be his, but it is real. Mystery. Number 24. The Prediction of the Forecaster. In the town of 188 Trading Post, along the highway south of Boulder City in Fallout, New Vegas, there is a young boy sitting under a bridge. He wears a headband made from what appears to be a pair of modified biometric sensors. He calls himself the Forecaster. For a small fee, he will sell you his thoughts, which take the form of short, poetic readings about the world around you. His readings are unnervingly accurate. He can describe the current state of the Mojave with a clarity that goes beyond what any child should know. He can read the nature of your character, your karma, yet your alignment, in ways that are deeply personal and deeply strange. And if you ask him about the future, he will give you a description of the game's ending that varies depending on your choices, framed in language that is simultaneously childlike and prophetic. The Forecaster is never explained. The game does not tell you how he got his abilities. It does not tell you who gave him the headband or what technology it contains. It does not tell you whether he is psychic, or whether the headband is doing something to his brain that merely simulates prophecy. He is simply there, sitting under a bridge, offering fragments of truth to anyone willing to pay for them. In a franchise that includes psychic characters like Mama Murphy and psychically gifted people who can project their consciousness, as seen in some FEV-related experiments, the Forecaster fits into a pattern. But the pattern itself is never explained. The Fallout universe has psychics. It has always had them since the very first game, but it has never told us why. What is the mechanism? Is it a mutation? An undiscovered human ability? Something connected to the radiation, or to the FEV, or to the elder gods sleeping beneath the earth? The Forecaster sits at the intersection of all these possibilities, a small, quiet mystery in a world full of loud ones. And his predictions, delivered in a boy's voice under a desert bridge, feel like messages from the universe itself. Oh, if the universe could be persuaded to speak plainly for just a moment before falling silent again. What makes the Forecaster particularly memorable is the quality of his dialogue. When asked to read your thoughts, he describes your character's nature in language that is almost poetic. He talks about fire and shadow, about paths that fork and converge, about the weight of choices you have not yet made. If you ask him to read the world, and he describes the Mojave in terms that are simultaneously concrete and dreamlike, painting a picture of a landscape caught between destruction and renewal. And then there is the Bull and the Bear reading, where he speaks of the two great powers struggling over the Mojave, Caesar's Legion and the NCR, in terms that reduce centuries of politics and warfare to a simple, almost childlike observation. The bull charges. The bear hunkers down. and neither of them sees the third option, the one standing in the middle of the road with a gun. The forecaster never asks for much. A few caps, a moment of your time, and then he goes back to sitting under his bridge, watching the traders pass, knowing things that a child should not know, and accepting them with a calm that is either wisdom or resignation. In a world full of people screaming their intentions at the top of their lungs, the forecaster whispers. And somehow his whisper cuts through all the noise. Yet he is one of those characters that players remember long after they have forgotten the names of faction leaders and quest givers. Because there is something deeply comforting about the idea that somewhere in the wasteland, someone understands. Even if that someone is a boy with a headband sitting under a bridge, selling fortunes for pocket change. Mystery number 25. What comes next? This is the final mystery, and it is not one found in any specific game. It is the question that hangs over the entire franchise, the question that every wastelander implicitly asks with every step they take across the irradiated Earth. What comes next? The Fallout universe is set in a world that destroyed itself. The old nations are gone. The old governments are dust. The technology that was supposed to save humanity became the instrument of its near annihilation. And in the aftermath, new societies have risen from the rubble, some of them promising, yet some of them terrifying, all of them fragile. The NCR has rebuilt something resembling a democratic republic, complete with taxes, elections, and an army. But it is stretched thin, corrupt in places, and haunted by the same imperial ambitions that destroyed the old world. Caesar's legion has built an empire on conquest and slavery, holding territory through brutality and the force of its leader's personality. But what happens when Caesar dies? The Brotherhood of Steel hoards technology. He convinced that the only way to protect humanity is to keep the tools of destruction out of reach, but their isolationism and rigidity make them as much a part of the problem as the solution. And then there are the smaller communities. The settlements you build in Fallout 4, the camps you establish in Fallout 76, the towns that have sprung up around trading posts and water purifiers and scavenged generators. These places feel more real than any faction headquarters, because they are built by ordinary people doing ordinary things. Farming, trading, raising children, telling stories around a campfire about the old world and wondering if the new one will be any better. The mystery of what comes next is the most human question Fallout can ask. Will the cycle repeat? Will the new nations fall into the same traps as the old ones, hoarding resources, building weapons, drawing lines in the sand and daring each other to cross them? Or will something different emerge from the wasteland, something that the old world never managed to create? A society that has learned from the mistakes carved into the earth by nuclear fire. The franchise does not answer this question because it cannot. It is still being written, one game at a time, one choice at a time, one player at a time. And that is what makes it so compelling. The future of the Fallout universe is not predetermined. It is up to the people who inhabit it, the characters and the players who guide them, to decide what the wasteland becomes. So, as you drift off tonight, as the mysteries settle around you like dust, hold on to this one. What comes next is not a riddle. It is an invitation to imagine something better, to believe that even in a world that has been burned to ash, the seeds of something new are already taking root in the cracks. And with that, we have traveled through 25 of the Fallout universe's deepest, strangest, and most haunting mysteries. From the question of who fired the first bomb to the question of what the future holds. From Lovecraftian horrors sleeping beneath the earth to a robot dusting furniture in an empty house. From a man in a trench coat who vanishes like smoke to a survivalist who became a god by accident. These are the stories that make Fallout more than just a game. They are the questions that linger after you have turned off the console. The images that surface in the quiet moments before sleep. The ideas that make you look at the real world a little differently. Thank you for spending this time with me. If you enjoyed this, please leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It means more than you know. And if you are still awake, well, maybe listen to this one again. I hear it works even better the second time. Until next time, stay safe out there. The wasteland is not going anywhere, and neither are its mysteries. Good night.
I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I hope you guys are actually sleeping right now, not actually listening to my voice. But if you did enjoy the video and you're awake, then make sure to hit that subscribe button and give me some feedback. Alright, peace out, boys. Hey, what is going on, everyone? Tonight we got Fallout facts for you to fall asleep to. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and watch till the end.
So, settle in, get comfortable, pull the covers up, maybe dim the lights just a little bit. Tonight we are wandering through the wasteland together, not with a weapon in hand, not with a compass pointing us toward danger, but with curiosity. Pure, quiet curiosity about one of the most beloved, most strange, and most deeply layered video game franchises ever made. This is 100 unknown Fallout facts, told slowly, gently, say like stories whispered around a campfire in a world that's already seen the worst the sky could offer, and somehow kept going anyway. And if you drift off somewhere along the way, that is perfectly fine. These facts will still be here when you wake up. There is no quiz at the end, no pressure. Just a slow, steady wander through decades of game design, creative accidents, hidden stories, and the quiet brilliance of thousands of people who poured their lives into building a world that exists just for us to get lost in. Think of this like finding an old holotape in a forgotten vault. You do not know what is on it until you press play. And once you start listening, the stories just keep coming. Let us begin. Fact number 1. Before Fallout was Fallout, before there were vaults or bottle caps or power armor, the entire game nearly took a completely different path. Tim Kaine, and the man widely credited as the creator of Fallout, started working on the project in complete solitude. It was the early 1990s, and he was employed at Interplay Entertainment, a company known at the time for titles like The Bard's Tale and Wasteland. But the game that would eventually become Fallout did not start as a post-apocalyptic adventure at all. It started as a side project, something Tim Kaine was building during his spare time, fueled by his personal love for tabletop role-playing games. What the early concept was built on a game engine Kaine developed on his own, and for the first 6 months of its existence, he was the only person working on it. Nobody at Interplay was paying much attention. The company had bigger priorities, including a recently acquired license for Dungeons and Dragons, and this little unnamed project sat in the corner, quietly taking shape. But Kane kept going, building systems, testing ideas, and slowly other developers at the studio started to notice. Yet they would drift over after hours, intrigued by what was coming together. The team grew organically, person by person, until it became something Interplay could no longer ignore. What is remarkable about this is how close Fallout came to simply never existing. The project was nearly canceled in late 1994 when Interplay acquired the Forgotten Realms and Planescape Dungeons & Dragons licenses. The thinking at the time was that fantasy was where the money was. And this odd post-apocalyptic experiment was not worth the resources. But Tim Kaine managed to convince the leadership to let him continue, arguing that the engine was nearly finished and the project had momentum. They relented, and Fallout survived its first brush with oblivion. It would not be the last. Fact number 2. The setting of Fallout was not always the nuclear wasteland we know and love. Before the team settled on the post-apocalyptic theme that would define the franchise for decades, Tim Kaine and his collaborators explored several other directions. One concept involved time travel, with the player journeying through different historical eras. Another, even more unusual, centered on a world where humanity had survived an alien invasion, and the remnants of both human and extraterrestrial societies had to coexist in the aftermath. But perhaps the strangest concept of all was one involving dinosaurs. According to Kaine himself, there was a version of the pitch where the player would encounter a civilization of intelligent dinosaurs. This sounds almost absurd in hindsight, given how perfectly the nuclear wasteland fits the game's tone. But in those early brainstorming sessions, the team was genuinely open to anything. They were not yet locked into a specific genre. They were simply trying to find the best possible playground for their role-playing systems. The post-apocalyptic direction finally won out because it allowed for the greatest variety of storytelling, the most flexibility in world design, and a setting that felt both hauntingly familiar and endlessly explorable. The team drew heavy inspiration from films like Mad Max 2, the darkly comedic 1975 film A Boy and His Dog, and the novel A Canticle for Leibowitz. These works gave Fallout its DNA, a mixture of grim survival, dark humor, and a world where the remnants of civilization clung to the past in strange and unsettling ways. Fact number 3. The game that would become Fallout was originally designed around a tabletop role-playing system called GURPS, which stands for Generic Universal Role-Playing System, created by Steve Jackson Games. Interplay had licensed GURPS specifically for this project, and the entire character system, from stats to skills to combat calculations, was built around its rules. Tim Kaine had been playing GURPS with friends during paper and pencil sessions 2 or 3 evenings a week, and it felt natural to adapt that system for a digital game. For years, the project was even known internally as the GURPS game. The first prototype, completed around 1994, ran entirely on GURPS rules. Everything seemed to be on track. But then, in March of 1997, just months before the game was scheduled to ship, something went terribly wrong. Steve Jackson Games pulled the license. So the reasons have been debated over the years, But the general understanding is that Steve Jackson himself objected to the level of violence and gore in the game. Interplay had brought Jackson to their offices, shown him the game, taken him to a nice dinner. There had been discussions and demonstrations, but ultimately, Jackson sent a letter, listing over 20 changes he wanted made to the game. Most of them, the team was happy to accommodate, but there were 2 sticking points, and according to the developers, those 2 items were among the most beloved elements of the game. One was the introduction cinematic with its 1950s, retro-futuristic vibe. The other was Vault Boy himself. Steve Jackson did not like them. He felt they did not fit the tone of GURPS as a system. The deal fell apart, and suddenly Interplay had a nearly finished game, with no character system. Fact number 4. With the GURPS license gone and a shipping deadline looming, Judd Interplay needed a replacement system, and they needed it fast. Enter Christopher Taylor, the lead designer on Fallout, who had been quietly working on his own tabletop role-playing system for nearly a decade. He had started writing it on the backs of index cards and in notebooks, scribbling rules and formulas in whatever spare time he could find. His system was called Medieval, and by his own admission, it was not very good in its original form. But when the GURPS crisis hit, Taylor pulled out those notes and started adapting. He and Tim Kaine were each given approximately 1 week. Taylor would design the new system, and Kaine would code it. In that single, frantic week, the special system was born. Strength, perception, endurance, charisma, intelligence, agility, and luck. 7 attributes that would go on to define not just Fallout, but an entire lineage of role-playing games that followed. The perks system, one of the most iconic features of the Fallout franchise. It did not exist in Taylor's original tabletop notes. Perks were created specifically for Fallout, designed to replace the advantage and disadvantage traits that had been part of the GURPS framework. They became one of the game's most beloved features, giving players the ability to specialize their characters in ways that felt genuinely personal and impactful. And it all came together in about 7 days, born from necessity, built on a decade of handwritten notes, and coded under pressure that most developers would find unbearable. Fact number 5. The original Fallout was not just shaped by its developers. It was shaped, in a very real way, by the movies and books those developers loved. The connection between Fallout and the 1975 film A Boy and His Dog runs especially deep. In that movie, a young man named Vic wanders a post-apocalyptic landscape with a telepathic dog named Blood. Beneath the surface, there exists a twisted underground society that has preserved the manners and customs of pre-war America, creating a deeply unsettling contrast between the world above and the world below. This directly inspired the concept of Fallout's vaults, the underground communities of survivors clinging to their old way of life while the surface world crumbles around them, is a theme pulled almost directly from the film. Even the name of Fallout's most famous companion, Dogmeat, comes from this movie. So in the opening scene of A Boy and His Dog, the main character calls his dog Dogmeat as an insult. Fallout designer Scott Benny borrowed that name, and it stuck. Interestingly, the original name considered for the canine companion was even cruder, but Benny wisely opted for something a little more dignified. Dogmeat's visual design was also influenced by Mad Max 2, specifically the unnamed dog that accompanies Max Rockatansky in the film. The original Fallout even includes an encounter where Dogmeat's former owner is described as a tall, dark-haired man dressed in all black leather and carrying a shotgun, an unmistakable nod to Mel Gibson's portrayal of Mad Max. If you killed Dogmeat in Fallout 2, a man named Mel would appear and try to avenge him. The references were everywhere, layered into the game like love letters to the films that made the wasteland feel possible. Fact number 6. The talking heads in the original Fallout, so those detailed animated portraits that appeared during conversations with important characters, were created using a technique that was remarkably ahead of its time. The artists at Interplay sculpted the characters' heads out of clay, real physical clay, then scanned the models and animated them digitally. This hybrid approach gave the talking heads a weight and texture that pure digital art could not have achieved in 1997. Each head had subtle expressions, lip movements, and lighting that made conversations feel genuinely intimate, like you were sitting across from a living person in this ruined world. The process was painstaking and expensive, which is why only 21 characters in the entire game received this treatment. Every other character in the game used simpler dialogue interfaces, but those 21 talking heads became some of the most memorable aspects of the entire experience. The Master, the game's final antagonist, he was brought to life through this technique, and his unsettling multi-layered voice, combined with the eerie clay-scanned visuals, created one of the most disturbing villains in gaming history. The voice cast for these characters was extraordinary, too. Keith David, Brad Garrett, Tony Shalhoub, CCH Pounder, Clancy Brown, David Warner, and Ron Perlman all lent their voices to the original Fallout. For a game that was considered a B-tier project within Interplay, having that level of talent was remarkable. It spoke to the passion the team had for making something that felt substantial and real, even if the rest of the company was not paying much attention. Fact number 7. Tim Kaine is credited with writing one of the most famous lines in all of gaming, and it very nearly did not happen. The opening narration of Fallout, spoken by Ron Perlman in that deep, gravelly voice that would become synonymous with the franchise, begins with 3 simple words: a war. War never changes. Kaine wrote this narration after a first draft by designer Scott Benny, and it set the tone for everything that followed. The line became so iconic that it was repeated at the beginning of every main Fallout game, a constant in a franchise defined by change and destruction. What makes this even more interesting is how Ron Perlman himself came to be involved. According to Perlman, the original Fallout gig was presented to him by his agent as just another voice-over job. At the time, he was doing a lot of work for Saturday morning cartoons and various video games. He has said that he was paid $40 and a sandwich for his work on the first Fallout. Not $40,000, 40, and a sandwich. Perlman has been remarkably candid about his relationship with the franchise. He has admitted publicly that he has never played any of the Fallout games. He does not know how to operate a gaming console. The entire Fallout phenomenon is, in his own words, a mystery to him, and yet his voice is inseparable from the experience. When Todd Howard and the Bethesda team were recording the narration for Fallout 3, They had Perlman say the line about 40 different times with different cadences. At one point, after being asked to say "war" one more time, Perlman reportedly replied, "It is a 3-letter word, guys. I think we got it." Fact number 8. There is a hidden Easter egg in the original Fallout's credits that most players never discovered. Yet if you type the word "boom" while the credits are rolling, an animation plays showing Tim Kane's head exploding. It is exactly the kind of dark, irreverent humor that defined the game's personality. The Fallout team had a philosophy about humor in their work. They believed that jokes should be layered into the experience naturally, rewarding players who were paying attention without breaking the immersion for those who were not. Tim Kane has spoken about this philosophy in interviews over the years. He has said that most of the humor in the original Fallout was added simply to make the team laugh. They were not thinking about focus groups or market research. They were a small group of people who shared similar tastes, and they made a game that amused them. The in-jokes, the pop culture references, the absurd situations, all of it came from a place of genuine affection for the material. And that sincerity is precisely why the humor worked so well. Players could feel that it was authentic, not calculated. Fact number 9. The original Fallout nearly shipped with a game-breaking bug that would have been catastrophic. A memory overwrite error was discovered late in development, and it caused the game to crash under certain conditions. Tim Kane spent an exhausting amount of time trying to track down and fix this bug, and it delayed the game's launch. The crunch period that followed was brutal, and Kane has spoken openly about how exhausted and demoralized the experience left him. This bug would later become a point of contention between Kane and Interplay's executive producer, Brian Fargo. After the game shipped, Fargo reduced Kane's bonus as punishment for the delay caused by the bug. Kane refused to disclose which team member had originally introduced the error, thus believing it was wrong to single someone out for a mistake that the entire team shared responsibility for. This disagreement created lasting tension between the two men and contributed to Kane's eventual departure from Interplay. The irony is that Fallout went on to be a critical and commercial success. It sold over 600,000 copies globally and was praised for its writing, its world building, and its combat system. But behind the scenes, the experience had taken a toll on the people who made it. Success in game development does not always feel like success to the people who lived through it. Fact number 10. Tim Kane never wanted to make a Fallout sequel. He envisioned the original game as a standalone experience, complete in itself, with no need for continuation. But Interplay saw the commercial potential and decided to move forward with Fallout 2. Kane was placed on the sequel's team despite his objections. He contributed to the early development, including writing the main story arc and creating the concept of the Vault experiments, those twisted social and scientific tests that Vault Tech secretly conducted on the residents of each vault. This idea, born from Kane's work on Fallout 2's design documents, would become one of the most enduring and fascinating elements of the entire franchise. But Kane's heart was not in it. The combination of burnout from the first game, the bonus dispute with Fargo, and a workplace environment that he found increasingly hostile made it impossible for him to stay. Kane, who is openly gay, has spoken about feeling uncomfortable at Interplay during this period, describing an atmosphere where homophobic comments were tolerated by management. He confronted a senior employee about comments made regarding a transgender coworker, offering to walk with her to human resources and wagering his own job against hers. The confrontation ended without resolution, and the experience added to Kane's desire to leave. A few months into Fallout 2's development, Kane departed Interplay, along with his close collaborators Leonard Boyarsky and Jason Anderson. The three of them would go on to found Troika Games, leaving Fallout in the hands of a team that, while talented, had a very different vision for the franchise. And that is where the story of Fallout begins to branch, like the irradiated rivers of its own wasteland, flowing in directions that no one could have predicted. Fact number 11. Fallout 2, released in 1998, was developed in roughly 1 year, a dramatically shorter timeline compared to the 3 years spent on the original. The sequel was largely staffed by new writers and designers who had not worked on the first game, and they brought with them a tone that was noticeably different. Where the original Fallout was dark and atmospheric with carefully measured humor, Fallout 2 leaned much harder into comedy, pop culture references, and absurdist situations. Players could become a world-renowned adult film star. They could tip Brahmin for amusement. There was a character named Myron who had invented a powerful narcotic. The game even included a hidden formula that calculated how skilled your character was in bed, taking into account various stats and attributes to produce a rating. The fourth wall was broken more frequently, and references to everything from Star Trek to Monty Python were scattered throughout the wasteland. Some fans loved this shift. Others felt it undermined the carefully constructed atmosphere of the first game. But regardless of where one falls on this debate, Fallout 2 expanded the franchise's scope enormously. It was bigger, more ambitious, and more willing to let players do truly outrageous things. The freedom it offered was almost unprecedented for the time, and it cemented the idea that Fallout was not just a game, it was a sandbox where anything felt possible. Fact number 12. One of the most fascinating elements of Fallout 2 was its approach to intelligence. If a player created a character with extremely low intelligence, typically an intelligence stat of 3 or below, the entire game changed. Dialogue options would be replaced with barely coherent grunts and monosyllabic responses, while characters would react to the player with a mixture of pity, confusion, and sometimes open mockery. Some quests became impossible to complete because the player character simply could not understand the instructions. But here is where it gets truly interesting. A handful of NPCs in the game would actually respond positively to a low intelligence character. Certain simple or kind-hearted characters would take pity on the player and offer help that they would not provide to a smarter protagonist. Yet this created an entirely separate path through the game, one that was clumsy, often hilarious, and surprisingly touching. It was a level of role-playing depth that very few games before or since have attempted, and it demonstrated the Fallout team's commitment to letting the character stats genuinely matter. The experience of playing Fallout 2 with minimum intelligence became something of a rite of passage among hardcore fans. It was not the optimal way to play. It was not the efficient way to play. but it was perhaps the most memorable, precisely because it forced the player to experience the wasteland from the perspective of someone who could barely comprehend it. Fact number 13. There was originally going to be a Fallout 3 made by the original team, or at least something close to it. Black Isle Studios, the division within Interplay that handled the Fallout franchise, began development on a project codenamed Van Buren. Yet this was intended to be the true sequel to Fallout 2, set across Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, and Utah. The game would have featured a mixture of real-time and turn-based combat, cooperative multiplayer, and even playable super mutants. Van Buren's story revolved around the forced evolutionary virus from the first two games, with subplots involving the new California Republic and the Brotherhood of Steel. The game was being built on a new 3D engine, at a significant upgrade from the isometric sprite-based graphics of the originals. Development progressed far enough that a technical demo was produced, showing off the engine and basic gameplay mechanics. But Interplay was drowning in financial problems. The company had been struggling for years, and in December 2003, budget cuts forced the dismissal of the entire PC development team. Van Buren was canceled. The rights to Fallout were subsequently sold to Bethesda Softworks for a minimum guaranteed advance of just over $1 million. It was a bargain price for one of the most valuable intellectual properties in gaming, and it marked the end of Fallout's life at the studio that created it. Many of Van Buren's story elements and design concepts would eventually resurface in Fallout New Vegas, brought to life by developers who had worked on the canceled project. But the game, as it was originally envisioned, a true continuation of Black Isle's vision for the franchise, never saw the light of day. It remains one of the most tantalizing what-ifs in gaming history, a glimpse of a parallel universe where the original creators maintained control of their creation and took it in a direction that was entirely their own. Tim Kaine himself was briefly brought back into the orbit of the canceled project. In 2003, a vice president at Interplay contacted Kaine, who by then had co-founded Troika Games, to evaluate whether Van Buren could still be completed with the limited resources available. Kaine played the prototype, interviewed the remaining team members, and estimated it would take 12 to 18 months to finish the game. Interplay did not have that kind of time or money. Van Buren was buried, and with it, an entire vision for the franchise's future. Fact number 14. Before Bethesda began work on their version of Fallout 3, there was another entry in the franchise that most fans would prefer to forget. Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, released in 2004 for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox, was an action role-playing game that represented a radical departure from everything the series had been known for. Gone were the isometric perspective, the deep dialogue trees, and the nuanced moral choices. What in their place was a straightforward hack-and-slash game with a heavy metal soundtrack featuring bands like Slipknot and Killswitch Engage. The game did not feature companion characters who could accompany the player in combat. The writing was thin, the gameplay was repetitive, and the music, while perfectly fine on its own merits, felt entirely wrong for a franchise that had built its identity on the crooning voices of the Ink Spots and the Andrews Sisters. Yet it was as if someone had looked at what made Fallout special and methodically stripped it all away. Brotherhood of Steel was the last Fallout game, developed by Interplay, and it serves as a cautionary tale about what happens when a beloved franchise is handed to a team that does not understand its soul. Cancelled plans for a sequel, Brotherhood of Steel 2, were abandoned when Interplay's financial situation became terminal. The franchise needed a new home, and fortunately, it found one. Fact number 15. When Bethesda Softworks acquired the rights to Fallout in 2004, they paid approximately $1.175 million. At the time, Bethesda was known primarily for the Elder Scrolls series, and the idea of them handling a franchise as different as Fallout was met with significant skepticism from fans of the original games. But Todd Howard, the studio's executive producer and the driving force behind the acquisition, had a clear vision for what Fallout 3 should be. Howard wanted to bring Fallout into the first-person perspective, using the same open-world approach that had made the Elder Scrolls series so successful. He wanted players to step out of the vault and see the wasteland, not from a detached overhead view, but from ground level, looking out across miles of devastated terrain with their own eyes. It was a bold decision that risked alienating the franchise's core audience. But Howard believed it was the right way to bring Fallout to a new generation of players. The development of Fallout 3 took approximately 4 years. During that time, Bethesda's holding company, ZeniMax Media, turned down multiple offers from other studios that wanted to develop the game instead. They were determined to keep it in-house, betting that their expertise with open-world design would translate to a post-apocalyptic setting. It was a gamble, but it was one that would ultimately pay off in spectacular fashion. Fact number 16. The very first piece of art ever created for Fallout 3 was painted by lead artist Istvan Peli in 2004. It depicted power armor, that iconic bulky suit of technology that has become synonymous with the Fallout franchise. This painting would eventually become the game's cover art, establishing the visual tone for everything that followed. The image was a statement of intent. It said, "This is still Fallout. The power armor is here, the wasteland is here, but we are going to show it to you in a way you have never seen before." The team chose the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area as the game's setting for a practical reason. Bethesda Game Studios was based in Rockville, Maryland, just a short drive from the nation's capital. The developers could walk the streets of D.C., photograph buildings and monuments, and then come back to the office to recreate them in their destroyed, irradiated forms. And this proximity gave Fallout 3's version of Washington an authenticity that would have been difficult to achieve with a setting the team was less familiar with. The ruined Capitol building, the shattered Washington Monument, the Jefferson Memorial repurposed as a water purification facility, these became some of the most memorable locations in the game, precisely because they were grounded in real places that players might have visited in their own lives. Seeing them in ruin created an emotional response that purely fictional settings could not match. Fact number 17. The VATS system in Fallout 3, which stands for Vault-Tec Assisted Targeting System, was born from a desire to bridge two very different types of gameplay. Todd Howard wanted Fallout 3 to appeal to both first-person shooter fans and traditional RPG fans who had loved the turn-based combat of the original games. The challenge was finding a system that honored both traditions without feeling like a compromise. The initial inspiration for VATS came from unexpected sources. Howard has mentioned that the team looked at the combat systems in Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic and the slow-motion crash sequences in the Burnout Racing series. The idea was to create moments of tactical pause where the player could plan their attacks, targeting specific body parts with calculated precision, and then watch the results play out in cinematic slow motion. Artist Grant Struthers prototyped the VATS camera system in an unlikely way. He filmed his Incredibles action figures fighting each other, using the footage to experiment with camera angles and shot compositions. The idea of watching limbs fly off in gloriously exaggerated slow motion came partly from those toy-based experiments. It sounds absurd, but the results spoke for themselves. VATS became one of Fallout 3's most iconic features, giving players a way to engage with combat that felt both strategic and viscerally satisfying. Fact number 18, Fallout 3 featured an extraordinary voice cast, headlined by Liam Neeson as James, the player character's father. According to Todd Howard, the character of James was specifically written with Neeson in mind. The in-game model was even designed to physically resemble the actor, sharing his height, build, and general facial structure. Neeson brought a warmth and gravitas to the role that elevated every scene he appeared in, turning what could have been a standard quest giver into a genuinely emotional presence. Malcolm McDowell was also brought in to voice President Eden, the enigmatic leader of the Enclave who communicates with the Wasteland through radio broadcasts. McDowell's smooth, authoritative delivery made the character one of the game's most memorable antagonists, yet particularly when the truth about Eden's nature was finally revealed. What is less well known is that former United States President Bill Clinton was jokingly offered a role in the game. According to Blind Light manager Lev Chapelsky, the offer was made half in jest, though one has to wonder how the game might have been different if Clinton had actually agreed. The image of the former president lending his voice to a character in a post-apocalyptic wasteland is both surreal and somehow perfectly in keeping with Fallout's love of blending the absurd with the political. Fact number 19. There is a small but delightful detail hidden in Fallout 3 that most players have walked past hundreds of times without noticing. The sound effect that plays when you fire a mini-nuke, that distinctive whistling shriek followed by a devastating explosion. It is actually the sound of the lunch bell at Bethesda's offices. Someone recorded the bell, processed it through audio software, and turned it into one of the most satisfying weapon sounds in gaming history. Every time a player launches a mini-nuke at a group of super mutants, they are technically hearing the same sound that tells Bethesda employees it is time for lunch. This kind of practical, resourceful approach to sound design runs throughout Fallout 3, so the team was not above using everyday sounds and repurposing them for the wasteland. Office furniture, kitchen utensils, and various bits of mundane noise were all fed through audio processing to create the ambient soundscape of the capital wasteland. It gives the game a texture that is hard to define, but easy to feel. A sense that this world, despite its fantastical nature, is grounded in something tangible and real. Fact number 20. The Japanese version of Fallout 3 was significantly altered in one very specific way. The quest called The Power of the Atom which gives the player the option to detonate an atomic bomb in the middle of the populated settlement of Megaton, was modified so that the character who offers this option, a man named Mr. Burke, was completely removed from the game. Without Burke, there is no way to blow up Megaton in the Japanese version. The developers made this change because they feared the Japanese government would not allow the game to be distributed if it featured the possibility of detonating a nuclear weapon in a populated area. Given Japan's unique and deeply painful history with nuclear weapons, this was a sensitive decision that Bethesda took very seriously. The rest of the game remained largely intact, but this one alteration speaks volumes about how cultural context can shape the experience of a game, even one set in a fictional world, 200 years in the future. Fact number 21. Fallout New Vegas began not as a full game, but as a large expansion pack. Todd Howard, Bethesda's creative director, initially envisioned contracting another studio to create additional content for Fallout 3, something substantial but not a standalone title. However, Howard personally lobbied within the company for the project to become a full game instead, and arguing that the franchise deserved a proper new entry rather than just downloadable content. When it came time to choose a developer, Howard suggested Obsidian Entertainment. The reasoning was straightforward. Several of Obsidian's founders, including Fergus Urquhart, Chris Avallone, and Josh Sawyer, had previously worked at Black Isle Studios on the original Fallout games, or the cancelled Van Buren project. They understood the franchise's DNA in a way that few other studios could match. Before settling on New Vegas, there were other ideas on the table. Bethesda initially contacted Obsidian about developing a Star Trek game, but that concept never gained traction. There were also proposals to set the next Fallout game in Reno, Nevada, and to allow the player to choose between playing as a human, a ghoul, or a super mutant. Ultimately, the team settled on Las Vegas and the surrounding Mojave Desert because the city's real-world associations with excess, gambling, and spectacle fit perfectly with the franchise's themes. Fact number 22. Obsidian was given just 18 months to develop Fallout New Vegas from start to finish. To put that in perspective, most major role-playing games take between 3 and 6 years to complete. Bethesda's own Fallout 3 had been in development for approximately 4 years. Asking any studio to deliver a full-scale RPG in a year and a half is an extraordinary demand, but Obsidian agreed to the timeline. Project director Josh Sawyer has spoken about the experience with a mixture of pride and pragmatism. He has said that the team worked between 40 and 50 hours a week, which he describes as not too crazy by industry standards. He insists that the game was made without what he would define as crunch, though the distinction between intensive work and crunch is one that different people draw in different places, and the tight schedule meant that Obsidian had no choice but to build their game on the existing Fallout 3 engine and assets. This led to criticism from some quarters that New Vegas looked and played too much like its predecessor. Sawyer has acknowledged this criticism, calling it a necessity rather than a choice. When you have 18 months to ship a game, you cannot afford to build everything from scratch. You use what you have, and you make it your own through writing, design, and the sheer force of creative ambition. Fact number 23. One of the most painful casualties of New Vegas's rushed development was a companion character named Ulysses. He was designed to be a major presence throughout the game, a complex and philosophical character who would challenge the player's assumptions about the factions vying for control of the Mojave. But just 2 months before the game was finalized, Ulysses was cut because his inclusion took up too much space on the disc, and the team simply ran out of time to fully realize him. Ulysses was not discarded entirely. He was repurposed for the game's final downloadable content, Lonesome Road, where he served as the primary antagonist and philosophical foil to the player. In many ways, Lonesome Road feels like the climax that the base game was building toward, at a confrontation with a character who had been watching and judging the player from the very beginning. The DLC gave Ulysses the space he needed to breathe, but one cannot help wondering how the main game might have been different if he had been there from the start. The New Vegas Strip itself was another victim of the timeline. Originally, the Strip was designed as a single, continuous area that the player could walk through without interruption. But during development, the team discovered that the area was not properly optimized for console hardware. The Strip had to be divided into multiple sections, separated by loading screens, a compromise that diminished the sense of scale and spectacle that the developers had originally envisioned. It was a necessary sacrifice, but it remains one of the most frequently cited regrets among the game's creators. Fact number 24. Obsidian famously missed their Metacritic bonus for Fallout New Vegas by a single point. The contract between Obsidian and Bethesda included a clause where Obsidian would receive a bonus payment if the game achieved an aggregate review score of 85 or higher. On Metacritic, the game landed at 84. 1 point short, the bonus was not paid. The timing could not have been worse. The missed bonus was revealed the day after Obsidian announced nearly 30 layoffs and the cancellation of a project codenamed North Carolina. The studio was in dire financial straits, and that bonus would have made a meaningful difference. Josh Sawyer later said that in his entire career, he had only received bonuses for 2 projects, Icewind Dale